I should probably put in the title that we're doing hardcore. Not playing almost... it's not almost. In over a decade, because I didn't realize it was back in, like, 2010-11. Let's play hard permadeath. That's smart. Right? There we go. Cool. Alright, so with that said, let's go ahead and pop in here. So yeah, like I said, the settings menu is the thing I noticed when I booted up the two versions, that this is a very different menu. I don't know if this is because of mobile stuff. It's just a different organization. I did increase the size and all that stuff. Pretty brilliant. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start a brand new run. Okay, so you can make your own online server permanently. I'm assuming that's a paid thing. And then there's all sorts of, like, so you can do stuff like Skyblock and all that. Either way, we're not going to do that. We're just going to go ahead and create a brand new world. I have no idea what I'm looking at right here. Okay, so this looks like it's a bunch of mods and stuff you can add to your map if you want. I don't care about that, so let's just create a new world. Okay, so my world, permadeath on stream. And where people mentioned earlier, I'd love this to be on Steam. Me too. So we're definitely going to go here and say, this is the Bedrock edition. You can't respawn. If you die, good luck. You'll need it. Excellent. So we're doing survival mode on hard difficulty, which means the monsters do more damage and hunger can kill me. On hardcore. Let's see. Spawn with a map. Spawn. Oh. What's interesting, that's grayed out, so we won't worry about that. Show coordinates. Show days played. I like the idea of that. Recipe unlocking. I don't know what any of that is. Fire spreads. Mob loot. Natural regeneration. Gain and lose hearts based on that. That's all fine. Immediate spawn. Skip the you died menu and immediately respawn. That's something we don't have to worry about. Simulate distance for chunks. I have no idea about changing all that. Multiplayer is not going to be a thing I'm dealing with, so I'm just going to turn that off. Okay, and I guess we're going to go with that right now. Make sure permadeath is on. Yep. Here's what you need to know about hardcore mode. When you die, you will not respawn. Game over. Hardcore mode cannot be turned off after the world is created. After you die, you can see, but not interact with this world. Don't show me again. Play hardcore mode. Okay. Monsters only come out at night. During the day, you're safe, probably. Okay. So. Oh, let's change that real fast. Settings. Controls. Where is... So, you'll be drop thing. Your inventory. This is what I wanted. So sneak, control, sprint, shift. Because, dear God, why? Left, right, backwards, forwards. I don't know what mob effects are. I don't really care about that. So did that unbind the other button? It does. So then, what button was identify? Don't care about that. Don't care about notification. Don't care about copy coordinates and all that. Don't care about macron commands. Does anyone know off the top of their head what identify is by default as a button? I could probably use what's normally F. I also don't know what identify does. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know what it does. We'll set it to U. So it'll be the equivalent of the F button. Alright, that's fine. I also noticed there's like a paper doll in the top left. I'd like to get rid of that. I don't need a little mini image of myself in the corner the whole time I'm running around. Oh man, there's so many things in here. Reflection, bloom, upscaling, da 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 da. Select UI thing. Let's see. Is that the same as pick block? If so, I think it's middle mouse button. Yeah, I have no idea. Hide paper doll. There we go. Okay, that feels better. All right, so we've got orange and we've got sand. All right. Here's a little fountain there. All right. Did you not give me food? That's not what I wanted. I was going to murder the rabbit out of the expectation I could get a little bit of food since we have to worry about that. So it looks like we got kind of a jungle-y thing. Over there, we've got sand here. We've got Badlands looking kind of thing over there. Is this bedrock? Yes. Are you not hearing any game sounds? Oh, you know what? When I was experimenting before stream, just checking the different versions, I think I turned on the game sounds for the Java version and not the bedrock. So that should take care of that. All right. Yep, no, I got the sounds fixed. You should hear them now. So let's get over to this forested area instead of where I'm right now in a desert. I don't imagine the desert's going to be a great place for our attempts to avoid starvation. All right, Nitro, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Hi, Birdie. I'm going to eat you for dinner. Oh, wait, this is Minecraft. Right. I can't just punch the bottom of the tree and the rest of the tree vanishes. Alright, so let's get some wood. Well, yeah, no, it was off before. Let me go ahead and adjust, because it's one of those things that we could go ahead and do that. Okay. They're just trying to get some early wood. It's weird cutting down the trees like this and it not being an entire chore like when I'm playing Vintage Story, where it's like, oh, I gotta find flint and nap it, and then I gotta take the napped flint and all that to make the axe to cut down trees. A lot of survival crafters we've done in the past couple years have all had that, like, you know, kind of sweaty, you don't just get to go up and punch tree. Like, you gotta make the proper tools before you can punch tree. Now remember, if I don't get rid of these... Yeah, modded Minecraft, right. But the moment you're talking about Minecraft, you're not talking Minecraft. It's the same thing as anything when it comes to considerations of, like, does this game has this feature? The answer is always unmodded. You can do anything with mods, and that's cool. But, like, when talking about what games can and cannot do with other people, it's good to recognize what is and is not a mod. Because otherwise, it's like, Project Zomboid, can you survive a zombie bite? And if your answer's yes when you mod, you haven't really answered the question in a way that's not just kind of annoying with extra information after a while. Okay. So let's go ahead and pull that up. And yoink all this. I'm surprised my hunger hasn't gone down yet, because we are playing on hard, where I'm supposed to get hungry faster. I've been playing a long time without the tree mod. You really enjoy having the time setter less tedium perspective? Yeah. Oh, there's bamboo here. Bamboo was definitely not a thing the last time I played. Okay, so I think we go and make our home... What are you? Okay. I think for right now, because we need to survive, I don't want to make my home underneath the trees, because I do remember the monsters die in sunlight during the day, like the zombies and all that. Creepers don't. And so I definitely want to make sure where I am physically building my home, I'm not in that immediate danger. I'm so used to Vintage Story, and the fact that my hunger hasn't gone down like 3-4 bars already is kind of making me scratch my head. It's like, it's working, right? But I'm setting my expectations by a game that feels you need to eat your own body weight worth of food each and every day to narrowly survive. Just realized you're wearing a teal shirt. Is that on purpose? It's actually gray. Like, proper gray. We're all getting weirded out when a survival game character doesn't have a stomach disorder. Well, it's one of those things. We talk about, like, realism in video games and how often game developers will make choices for the purposes of the game, you know, being fun, interesting, having a reasonable time frame for it and everything. And that's what once it's common in a lot of your survival games, is they'll take what is like the real life time frame you'd need to survive, like food, water, shelter. The hell are you? Hey Sim, how's it going? Oh, there's just a gaping abyss in this island. That's going away. I will absolutely fall into that and have a bad time. And also, check out Simcopter 1, absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly, highly recommend checking them out. Plays a lot of simulation games, settlement build, well, simulation games, strategy games. My brain went into my own spiel. And all that stuff. But very much, if you enjoyed the stuff here, you'll probably like it over there too. So right now I'm just kind of leveling out an area real fast. So that hopefully we can get ourselves a little home here. I don't remember this UI at all. Okay, so that makes wood. And I remember the crafting bench. Okay, so we got boats and all that sort of stuff. We can make a bed. Oh. Weird. We can make dye. We can make other dye. So those are cocoa beans. That's fun. Okay, so I need to make sticks. Ah, I see why it's... Okay. There's the sword. I remember that recipe. There's our pickaxe. There's our shovel. And was it this? This? There we go. Axe. We haven't made the hoe. Brown bundle. Okay, weird. Oh, it is already getting to be sunset. Okay, quick adjustment to plan. Throw this all in here. Give me blocks. There's no time. Stop looking at me, panda. I didn't lose track of time, you did. Give me that rotten meat. How do I make a torch again? And don't, that's not me actually asking broadly. Campfire. I need coal. I think that's actually it, is I need coal. Alright, well, I guess we are... Was this a door? Okay. Yeah, or charcoal. Right, and I believe charcoal... I'm going to... need a, Oh, you can open the door? Stop stealing my grass. Okay. Played a little bit safe here. Make sure to actually plug up that ceiling, because who knows if they've got climbing monsters these days. Oh, they can break open the door, but you just left it open. Yeah, and I took the classic of just shoving a block in the way. Do you have... I don't even know what that is, Nevik. Keep in mind in the title I said I haven't played in 10-15 years. So that's just a thing to keep going. Alright. So let's see here. Well, I'm assuming Mauve be griefing, so I'm assuming that's not a mod, I'm assuming that's a gameplay saying maybe bamboo counts as sticks? Scaffolding? Ah, okay. Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 we haven't done anything like that. Yeah, whatever the defaults are, we have that turned on. We are on permadeath hard mode. Yeah, so definitely want to get a source of light. Interesting, there's a barrel now. We don't have enough wood to do anything. I guess we can go ahead and make pink dye. Cool. Which then lets me make magenta dye if we get the other things. We can make brown dye. We can make bamboo blocks, which is interesting. I don't know if we want that. Bamboo planks. Sure, why not? Alright. Those got the interesting implications and whatnot. Okay, so we can dye sand various colors. You can make a brown bag or a pink bag. A cookie requires wheat and cocoa beans. You do a bamboo button. Oh, that's actually what we might be able to do. Is what was the... So that's a recipe for a block. So what we could potentially do here is take our bamboo. And see how far we can get with all this stuff. Yeah, so chest, I would need 2 more pieces of wood. Can I do anything interesting with the cactus? Not as far as I can tell. Bamboo pressure plates for running redstone signals. Trap doors so we can make an underground area for mining and all that. We don't want to do that, I think, until we have torches. We could use the slabs for roofs. We can do bamboo mosaic blocks, which is interesting. How long does it take you to get hungry in this game? Because we're on hard permadeath and it's all like, you need to eat or you will die. We're getting ready to finish our first day. We haven't lost a single hunger bar. It's possible, like, the first day they, like, overfill you or something like that. Okay. There. Just getting rid of the prompt. I'll be curious if we can grow our own cocoa trees and do all that. I also wish I had a good way to tell what time of day it is. So one thing I could do... Ah, that looks like sunrise is coming. Do you want to know? No. Alright. Here's the test. What? Hey. Ow! You're a big meanie, you know that, right? I don't know what I just unlocked, but okay. Okay, so I don't seem to be... Yeah, don't seem to be able to plant the cocoa beans, which is fine. Alright, so let's get up here, get this cleaned up. Alright, so we did get a spare piece of bamboo, so we'll try planting the bamboo. Okay, so we can plant the bamboo. You can plant them, but not in dirt. Oh, weird. And again, like, please don't tell. That is so weird. Hey, Panda Bear. Please don't murder my face. That would be most unbearable. Ooh, watermelon. Aw, yeah, so much watermelon. Can I get seeds out of you? I can. Alright, so let's go and clean up an area back here for planting some watermelon. Alright. Give us a little bit more space over there. And let's try doing it like this. Do the strategy from Vintage Story. I'm assuming that's considered water. There it goes. I assume we'll need more of a platform around us. Have room for that to grow. Okay, so we'll start with that to try and get myself some watermelon growing. I'm assuming what they did was the very first day they gave me a little bit surplus hunger to kind of give you a chance to establish yourself. And then now we're dealing with their hunger as it would be. Alright. Actually, let's go up a block. So I'm trying to do is kind of cut back the forest a little bit. Just again, that way, as it gets to daytime, the enemies can't hide in the shade. So it should make it a little bit safer near the house. Have you gotten your Turing Complete Redstone computer finished yet? No, I haven't played in 10, 15 years. I have done none of these things. I'll keep repeating that, but I have not played in 10, 15 years. So just anticipate anything exciting around stuff you could do nowadays I've probably not done. Okay, so you have jungle wood, which gives me jungle wood planks. Which gives me jungle wood fences and all that kind of stuff. Fair enough. Let's see. A nautilus shell. Okay. So let's yank up the dirt floor here. Make it something a little nicer. Okay. And grab you. So I'll make that the jungle wood planks just to differentiate the floor color from the walls. Alright. Let's get our door back here. And we need to get our first box. We can chuck you in there. For right now, we can chuck the dye in there, chuck the gunpowder in there, chuck the spare doors. Oh, those are wheat seeds. I thought that was going to be grass seeds. Okay. Well, that means we can start making ourselves some food. So let's pop on down here. And just like we did before, I'm going to make myself, like, a little extra expansion on here on the water. And then the logic I've got here for why I'm doing it this way is that I should be able to just smack this down here. And they'll self-water by being close. Yeah, and Fractal is, Fractal sponsors the channel, which I really do appreciate. That, they do make, like, computer cases, headsets, all sorts of goodies like that. Water cooling solution, air cooling solutions. But, definitely, like, a quality brand kind of deal. But they've been sponsoring the channel for, honestly, it's been a couple... Has it been a couple years now? It's been over a year now. Either way, but they've been sponsoring the channel for a good long while. So I really do appreciate their continued support. You're living vicariously through you? I'm not sure if you saw the sponsorship stuff they've got going on right now, Ultra. That it's actually pretty good. Not sure if it's something that interests you or not, though. I have not played Minecraft in 10, 15 years. None of this is the way I remember it. Okay. So we're getting our wheat seeds down so we can hopefully make cookies. So one thing I'm gonna need to do... You saw it's tempting, but historically you don't think your community has been a fan. Why would you consider their feelings? But check out Ultrasaurus, an absolutely fantastic content creator. I highly recommend checking him out. Absolutely wonderful. Alright. So we're just trying to make this place a little bit nicer. Because it's not just about min-maxing being alive or anything like that. We want to thrive. Yes, those are oak saplings. So I do want to go out of our way to try and keep the farm growing as much as possible. Because with our settings, we do die permanently. We're doing permadeath hard mode. So we can starve to death. And if at any point we die, that's it, it's over. Because that's definitely how you should always approach a game you've not played in over a decade. Is you should immediately go, what if I just jumped in the deep end of the pool? So one thing I should probably do, I won't have enough time in this in-game day. I should probably go, well, there's a couple things. One is I really do need to get down to where I can get some stone so I can get a smelter. That'll be an important one. Right? That way if they go to break in, we've got that. Alright, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, the zombies are out. Alright, so with the zombies out, we do that to keep them from breaking into our home right away. Trying to keep so there's not line of sight on that window I opened up. Alright, so let's see here of what we can do that is useful right now. First of all, let's replace our busted shovel. I do really appreciate that they added this. This wasn't a thing the last time I played. But being able to just be like, okay, this is the one I want, click, and it just does it, is really nice. We can make a boat. That's cool and all, but I don't think that's immediately necessary. Let's grab an extra set of sticks, just in case we need them. We can reassemble the melon? Sure. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. From when you last played, there is something they added that you really didn't like. Okay. Weird underground angry area. What is going on with the bear with the glowy face? I am unaware of it. That's the sound of an Enderman. Oh, right! Enderman can steal your walls. I remember that. Okay, do I want to make stairs or a ladder down? Because stairs, the enemies will probably navigate easier. Let's do the ladder, because then I feel like what I could do is I could take a trap door. Toss you in there. put the Nautilus shell in there for right now. Oh, you slide down the ladder. Well, that's not really what I was hoping for. Okay. Could you maybe stop teleporting out there? Yes, I just want to get my stone blocks. Because of that, I should be able to start making charcoal. And making torches. Because unless something's changed, which is very possible, it used to be the way you would limit enemy spawns is using light. That enemies would not spawn where light was present. With probably exceptions I'm unaware of, but that's still fine. Okay, so I believe the furnace was that. We can go ahead and put the furnace on this wall, I think. Oh, wait, it needs to be actual logs. That's fine. And then we can also go in here so we can make stone platform. We can make our stone tools. Smoker. Okay, so that's something I'm not aware of. So we can make the smoker. Alright, in the meantime, we can go ahead and go here. Make a stone dagger, stone sword, stone pickaxe, stone shovel, stone axe, stone hoe. That could be good for right now. I'll just do this because I can. Oh. Oh, that looks like just a villager over there. Okay. We'll put the rotten flesh away. That's gonna get me into trouble. Yeah, no, I've heard a couple people mention the drowned. Yep, so we're waiting for sunrise before we go out there and start contending with the monsters. Because definitely one of those things, we don't want to get into a lot of fight with the monsters. Yep, Luxray, careful on how much information you're getting me. I don't know that that's a witch. Like, to me, that looks like just a villager that's just weirdly out at night. It's like, I don't know what is and is not a threat to my well-being. Vanish won't do anything, Ultra. A villager at night with a glowing hat? Yeah. I don't know what that is. I'm not gonna run out there and take my chances getting stabbed in the back with a trident, though. We're gonna wait till daytime. Alright, looks like sunrise is starting to come up. I gotta be careful, there was an Enderman out here teleporting around. Looks like it'd be like, adds a no backseating tag, then backseats, pretty much. No, Luxray, just assume I don't know anything. I only know about the drowned because people physically just mentioned it, which is what I said. Okay. So just you and me. Okay, so no creepers or anything else around here. That is weirdly loud water. Why is the water so much louder than all the other sound effects? So wherever that person was, it looks like they noped the heck out of here. Give me them cocoa beans. What are you? Oh, there's a whole lot of bamboo over there. Oh, okay. It's a little baby, I didn't see too well, like leopard or jaguar or something like that. Kind of expecting now to see a tiger or something here. We are going into a bamboo forest. Tigers weren't a thing when I last played. But neither were like baby jaguar, leopards, whatever it was. So we grabbed a whole bunch of this. They got like 4 or 5 stacks. Now as I get myself turned around and never find my way home ever. Oh, we got more cocoa over here. You're a pretty tree. Got sugar cane over there. I don't know how much I will or won't want sugar cane, but I figure it isn't bolted down. It's nearby. It should go in my pocket. Got more watermelon, so I'll collect all this. Yeah, this is the second patch of watermelons like that we found. Yeah, so I got a couple of zombies chilling out in the shade of the trees. And that was the whole reason I was like, early on, I'm like, yeah, I should get rid of these trees. A steel tool you have? Or iron? Nope. Yeah, so we got a couple of dangerous enemies chilling down there. So I could do in the meantime. Get all that cocoa up there. Where'd the creep? Okay, creeper's back there. Alright. So let's grab some of that bamboo. Get a little spot for growing bamboo. Oh. Okay, it looks like whatever it was died over there. I see the XP on the ground. The bitrate does not like the rain effect. Interesting. I actually have the bitrate turned way up usually, because they have the internet to support it. Alright, so after that, let's grab the sugar cane. Start growing that nearby. Okay, so I can't grow it on these blocks, but I can grow it on those. I keep hearing things that's making me nervous because I don't know what they are. So it's a I'll murder you, cow. So that's what that email was. Email? Oh, the, yeah, no, very much, Twitch/Minecraft are doing a very generous, sponsorship right now. So, you're gonna probably find a lot of people doing Minecraft here in the next week. It's only a week-long thing. But yeah, you'll probably see a lot of Minecraft on the platform. Now, I don't think you're going to see people, like, individually playing, you know, days and days and days and days. I think they'll do, like, a sponsored stream, that kind of deal, move on. Because Minecraft is definitely... Like, historically, I've played a bunch of Minecraft. It's just, I did all that before content creation. And I haven't played in a hot minute, because I ended up burning myself out when I very first played the game. Okay, so you have flint. I didn't even know flint was a thing in this game. Oh, right. I swear to God, cow. Go away. Out here mooing, making all that noise. Where? Where? So you liked it better when there was 2 bajillion things in the game that you didn't understand, and there were the fault of mods. I mean, while the game has certainly changed, like, a lot since I've last played, like, a lot, so far, at least, nothing here feels like it's not Minecraft I remember. Like, yeah, there's more animals, yeah, we've got more plants, but broadly speaking, it still feels like Minecraft. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Let's adjust some of these sound settings, because I think there's some sound effects are getting a little too crunchy. All right. It's like having control of half the content. All right. So what we want to do here, because I believe that's a recipe for charcoal. Put that away. We'll figure out about this. Firefly bush. Okay, so that should be better burning than what we were doing. I'm probably going to need a second block of sand, I would guess. That way I can make some windows here. Alright. You know, some charcoal, I can get some torches maybe going. And with some torches, I can get some light here so that enemies can't spawn in these places. But that'll also let me put a window there. And with a window there, we should be able to turn around and protect ourselves from stuff. That's fine. Okay. Not loving the creeper down there. Okay, so let's grab you. I'll come back and deal with you later. Alright. So we can go here. No. Okay, so glass panes. Oh, I need a lot of glass to make a glass pane. I do recall that glass blocks, when you go to pick them up, back up, I believe they are destroyed. But for right now, I don't want something throwing things through my wall. I believe you are a stick and all this. But what does the flint get used for? Gotcha, so you can make an iron shovel. Gotcha, okay, so flint is for arrows, and then flint and steel is for fire. That's a... Correct, you can also find out the old-fashioned way. Yup. Yeah, no, that was one of those ones I remember. Leather horse armor. Okay, so we want plenty of leather, it's looking like. I'll go ahead and scooch those down. We also do have an iron shovel we got from one of them. You have dirt and coarse dirt. Alright. Okay. So you go 4 tiles that way. One. 2. 3 and 4, and we happen to have, I believe that's coal below us. Alright. Okay, let's grab our ladder. Just shift it to the outside. Cool. So clear 1 tile up. So basically just making ourselves a basement. Okay, so that's the limit of this side. You do like the built-in shaders the Bedrock seems to have by default? Yeah, no, definitely this looks way nicer than I recall. Alright, so we're getting ourselves coal. So you start by just kind of going down here. Looks like you got more coal down here, so that's pretty exciting to have an actual bit of coal directly underneath my base at the beginning. Okay, meanwhile, right now I want to keep this directly underneath my existing house. And then eventually I'm going to want to break this out to try and get some tunnels down below for getting better equipment, that kind of thing. Okay, and that's the edge there. Alright. With that, let's go ahead and grab all this coal. Because give me that sweet, sweet XP. Also, another thing I'm immediately comparing to Vintage Story, and just getting stuff like coal in that game is just such a whole thing of like finding it, you know, getting your first pickaxe, all that kind of stuff. Is that copper? Hey, Chunky and Funky, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Welcome in, raiders. Alright. Okay, just quickly filling that in. But thank you so much for the raid, Chunky and Funky. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Chunky and Funky, by the way? Alright. Playing some Borderlands 2. Nice. I hope you had fun with that. With one of the greatest villains of games of all time. Good old Handsome Jack. Had a lot of fun playing there. Nice. I actually did a cosplay of Handsome Jack. I don't remember if it was like Comic-Con or which con it was for. Are you? You're not Dirt Blocks. What are you? You are Granite. All right. Sure. You mispronounced Claptrap. Claptrap's not one of the greatest villains of all time. The Claptrap is definitely fun for the absolute chaotic nature. But also, you gotta keep in mind, you can play the later games as Claptrap, which is one of the greatest memes of all time.
Thank you Cyrus_the_mage for subscribing for 36 months.
Alright. And thank you so much, Cyrus the Mage, for the tier 1 sub. Been subbed to the channel for, where is it, 36 months. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and enjoying your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes and all that good stuff. But, yeah, 3 years. It's a heckin' long time. And thank you for the 3 stream streak as well. Okay, so the sun is starting to come up. Go ahead and pop in here. So granite. Let's go see what we can do with these blocks, because a lot of these are new to me. So we can make polished granite. That's fair. We can make sugar, which we'll use that for a bunch of stuff, I'm sure. Let's see here. The rest of that I'm not too worried about. We can make sandstone. We can make granite slabs. We can make block of raw copper. Right, so we did find copper. We did find coal. There's nothing special that coal does. The heck is that sound? Alright, so we're gonna cook our steak. You never turned down graphics in 7 days to die this far? Yep. Okay. But living our... I was gonna say best life, but I guess it's just more living our life. So we're making copper brick. So meanwhile, let's go ahead and get a couple pickaxes staged. Yeah, I'll do this. Get another one staged. And then I wanted to go here to bamboo blocks. And then we can do this. We can make bamboo planks. Got drowned down there. Otherwise, it looks mostly safe. That's fine. If you just want to turn and go away, I'm willing to let you just walk out into the sunset. Put the granite away for right now. You're still making copper bricks. Right, so I wanted to go up here. Oh, I don't have my axe on my bar. Bump, bump, bump. So let's go ahead and make an axe. I'll need to remember to keep that closed. So we can replace our roof with bamboo. So that way I'm just not using the same blocks for walls and ceilings and everything else. Mix it up a little bit here. Alright, so we can go here to... That might be enough. No, it's not. It's not even close. I say it's actually exactly enough. Alright, so we've got copper. We can make copper trapdoors. Make firework rockets. Oh, right, I got to click on that. Right, so that lets me make copper tools. The copper tools appear to have the same basic stats as the stone ones. We won't fuss with that too much. You can apparently make paper out of the sugarcane, which is interesting. Let's get down here and keep our farm going. So keep letting that do its thing. There, that way we're not wasting any materials. I'll set that aside for a minute. We do have a piece of bamboo and all this. I'm assuming I could chop off the top half. And they'll keep growing. I'm also assuming those are fully grown. Go ahead and put the bamboo away for right now. Oh, here, just making noise out in the distance. We'll put the oak saplings away for the time being. I got plenty of trees in the surrounding area. Got a bunch of different types of wood. We'll put the cobblestone away. I'll put the flint away. Oh, you know what I ought to do? Give me that stone. Because what are you? A fletching table. Okay. Right, and there's the smoker as well. Let's try getting the smoker, and there's a stone cutter. Alright. A conduit. Copper nugget. Cool, that's not going to be at all overwhelming. Alright. So we're good here. Let's go and break up all this. Okay, that wasn't part of the plan. Ouch. Okay, getting that XP. That look like you got a carrot, maybe? Okay. And we are solidly in the chocolate business. Okay, for right now, I'll put the chocolate away. So we did get a carrot. I assume we can get carrot seeds? No. Can I just straight up plant the carrot and get more carrot? I can. So my assumption is basically I'm going to be trading a carrot for like a couple of carrots, you know, and slowly increasing all that. I want to say they added enchanting and that's what the XP was for, because I want to say that was... I don't think I've done anything with that really when I've come to playing, because I think that came after I played. I'm just familiar that the mechanic physically exists. Right, so let's go over here. We can choose you in music. Buddy, pal, broski. Oh, right, we're gonna make the smoker. That's right. That cocoa's growing way faster than anticipated. All right. So just trying to pull up all the tree bits so the whole tree will come down. Okay, let's make sure it's not our branches right here, and there is one. Okay. We're just trying to clean up, make sure we get all the branches out of here so that what'll happen is the tree leaves will gradually vanish over time. Okay, that's the big tree. We're not going to fuss with that just yet. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Build your house of jungle and cover it with chocolate. Could you leave me in peace? What the... Oh, geez, that thing hit me for 6 health. Or 5 health. Excuse me. I don't know what it is. But I want no part of it. Okay. Whatever that thing was, came in and just wrecked. Yeah, that's right. You get off my lawn. So we got a smoker. Okay, so smoker is going to do the same thing. Now, I'm assuming with the rotten flesh, that's still going to be not usable. If we get desperate, we can experiment with it. But as I recall, it poisons you when you eat it, so you can get yourself a little bit of hunger. But at the same time, it does mean you kind of did that. And let me adjust the regular sound effects down more. Just a little too loud compared to everything else. The monitor vanilla Minecraft. You did not play Minecraft in a decade, do you think? Yeah, no, this is unmodded. This is vanilla. Bamboo raft. That's neat. We have a composter, which is interesting. I don't know what well, I guess compost can make the crops grow faster. So we need an iron ingot for that. That's fair. There's awful sounds coming from outside that I'm going to choose to pretend are not actually present. Oh, let's grab the copper. Yeah, so I'm assuming the only real benefit between the copper and the stone version, because they're the same damage, I'm assuming the durability will be higher. I think in that case, I probably don't want to put the effort in. Now, granted, I can make copper armor. Done. So give me my armor. Because that bad thing that came from the sky straight up wrecked me for a second there. So I don't think there's anything we want to smoke or cook right now. So let's keep the various blocks here for a moment. We do already have 22 torches. We'll put the stone away. Let's actually grab the stone out real quick. And what I want to do here is I'm going to start working on giving myself like a little bit of a perimeter that we can make it so I can run around outside without immediately facing danger. Oh, I probably need to make one more set of ladder to get deeper down. Yeah, we have the trapdoor. We can grab some of the regular old planks. Copper bars. Oh, yeah, we can just go like this. Drop you off. Grab all that stuff. What I'm trying to do right now is I just want to get this deep enough. And then I'm going to go ahead and make where we're going to have like some actual mine shafts for collecting materials and all that. Minecraft still gets updated regularly? Yeah, no, that's the impression I'm under. Yeah, it's not. I'm going to want to move things farther down. But I figure with this, put trapdoor down here. You know what? That's good enough. And then with that, I can make myself a relatively safe place to mine down below. Because that is one thing that's nice about Minecraft. It's like, when it comes to getting your materials, and this might all be incredibly out-of-date information, because again, not played in like 10 years. But historically, if I wanted to get iron, all I had to do was dig down. If I wanted to get gold, all I had to do was dig down. If I wanted diamonds, all I had to do was dig down. Like, it didn't matter where you were, you just dug down, eventually you would find it. Some of the things would be hard to find, but like, there wasn't the whole scouting and prospecting and doing all these other things. You just dug down. It was down there somewhere. Versus like, Vintage Story, you dig down and... Did you dig down in the right place? Maybe, maybe not. So, granite... Trying to get a feel for if granite's plentiful as a material or not. It's looking like it might be reasonably plentiful. Okay. Let's switch this out. Alright, that's kind of not great. Okay, so that's not exactly how I was hoping for that to work. Alright, so we'll want more planks, or more sticks and all that. So we can go to... let's just do it. We can get ourselves a bunch of these. Cool. We got more granite. So we can make a block of that, we can make iron. It is interesting seeing that you can make like concrete, you can change its color and all that. That's kind of some cool stuff they've added. It's also interesting that we can make, if I could find it again, we can make polished granite. And that's just honest, like I thought I was gonna have to do more than that. Let's go ahead and make the polished granite. And then put away the spare granite blocks. And then see what else we come up with from the polished granite. Because you never know when it's going to be... Oh, like, apparently you can put a carrot on a stick. I assume that's for, like, the horses or whatever, because we did see that there are horses in the game. That was, like, on the title screen. And we can make polished granite slab. Cool. So I'll put you away. So we, of course, need to now make this into a kitchen. Alright. Actually, can we grab you and make you into slab? Was that 4 blocks? I think it was 4 blocks, wasn't it? It is. Okay. Oh, weird. I was expecting to be able to slide that underneath there. That's fine. That's fine. I was going to make it look like they were countertops, but, you know, it's whatever. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and move you now. Over there. Okay, you're still growing. Alright. So let's go ahead and give ourselves, like, an actual yard. Because what I want to do is give myself a fairly defensible position. Let's go grab some dirt. That way, like, zombies and creepers and all that stuff can't just, like, climb up here and cause me grief. There's the dirt blocks. It won't protect against everything. Obviously, if something spawns nearby me, that's a problem. Like, in my yard, that's a problem. Stuff like that spider down there could just straight up climb in here. Okay, so you're not coming after me yet. Hi. Can I... You'll trade emeralds. Okay, so you'll trade hay bales and water potions for emeralds, and emeralds for a bunch of other things. None of which helps me right now, but that's interesting information. It is kind of cool, the idea that they come to you, though. Wait, what did you leave me? What was that? A lead. Alright. So let's go ahead and start with all of this. Because basically what I'm doing is I'm going to toss up a little wall. And I'm going to go ahead and have a 2-tile deep drop off of the outside. Because I suspect if I do that, I should only need to worry about Endermen and spiders. Because I know the spiders can climb. They've always been a nuisance like that. And then the Endermen can teleport. Alright, you have a good one, Gotcha. Just gonna leave that alone for a moment. Meanwhile, give more sugar. I would like all the sugar, please. So do an early sugar investment so that hopefully as time goes on we get that. But yeah, then the idea here is I want to make it sort of like one way in and out to my area up here. Actually, can I put those on the corners? Yeah, that'll work better. So they can't spawn up here, and I only have to worry about them trying to approach my property from one angle. Also make it a little bit easier for me to see where I live from afar. Alright. And for right now, I'll keep this spot where I can hop up. But we very easily could make it so that when it comes to this whole thing, I could quite easily make it so that we could just close the gate, and that, again, other than spiders and Endermen and stuff like that, they wouldn't be able to get up here. Whoa, 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 what do you got going on here? Silk Touch. I have no idea what that means. I am noticing I'm getting the blocks. Would you not stand that close? I am getting the blocks with the grass still on them. So I'm assuming it doesn't, you know, quote-unquote damage the block or something like that. Alright, so you've got that all closed off. That's all good there. That's all good here. I'm not actually looking for answers. Just to be clear, this is me just speaking out loud. I'm not specifically looking for answers. Yeah, you'll find me like just thinking out loud, being like, "Hey, I wonder how this works" and all that kind of thing. But yeah, if I'm actually looking for an answer, I'll probably, you know, specifically say something like, "Hey, can someone answer?" or something like that. You know, where it's clearly not just a voiced question, it is a genuine question at that point. Most likely that'll only come up in the event that, you know, we're dealing with our stuff there. Okay, so I've got myself a nice little platform here that we shouldn't have to worry about enemies getting in here, again, other than mostly stuff like spiders. Okay. Let's grab the gravel. I don't know if I'll want it for anything. Okay. Well, I gotta be mindful that there's that cave down there. We can get a creeper or something through there. Have it pop up on me. Is this a specific version? I'm playing the Bedrock version. None of that's required for the sponsorship stuff or anything like that. I'm just choosing to play the Bedrock version. When I last played, the Bedrock version didn't exist. Alright, so let's pop over here. We can drop you in there. Have you activated the sponsorship content yet? No. I was gonna wait till like right after Tomb got home, and then I was gonna activate at that point. That way, you know, there's a chance for like people to get in here, warm up. Then we would turn on the sponsored stuff. Which for those who don't know, this is a sponsorship that's coming through Twitch. They're doing a partnership with Mojang / Minecraft, that whole bit. Where'd my watermelon go there? So you got all that going on. So what'll end up happening is once you get in the stream a little ways, I don't think that's fully grown yet. Once we get into there quite a ways. But it'll put some banners on the screen, all that. It's our first time running this kind of sponsorship, so it is one of those things that it's partially just to test to see, like, hey, how does it feel? Do I want to do this again in the future? Like, that kind of bit. Yep, we are doing hardcore, and this is with me having not played the game in 10 to 15 years. Like, Endermen were a relatively new mechanic when I last played. Alright, so let's get ourselves some more coal. Yeah, so now I'm going to start working my way down to try and get ourselves some various materials and all that. And we're hoping to find, like, iron and all that stuff. So back in 2013, yeah, I'm pretty sure I last played, and again, there was one exception where I played very, very briefly with some friends, and literally what we've done already in the game is more than I got done when I was playing with them. To give you an idea, when I say, like, I barely played, that would have been, like, 5-6 years ago, but before that, the last time I played would have been before Bedrock was a thing and all that. And so, basically, we're figuring 10 to 15. Playing on your own? Yeah, playing on my own. It's not that I never collab, it's pretty infrequently, but most of the time I tend to do content by myself. Like, every once in a while I'll do something like American Truck Simulator with, like, Ultra or FG or, you know, or Sui or whatever, or something like Project Zomboid. But it's not super often. I do enjoy collab content. I just find, like, to me it's a good thing to kind of keep things fresh, mix things up. But, not something I want to do all the time. Okay, so that's, I think, more gravel down here. Why can you not find Bedrock on Steam? Because I'm pretty sure Minecraft is not on Steam. I could be wrong about that, but historically Minecraft was not a thing on Steam. Mojang had their own separate launcher, and then they got acquired by Microsoft. And so Microsoft kept that separate launcher, and then did add Minecraft onto the Microsoft store and all that kind of stuff. It would be nice if it was on Steam, though. I would much prefer. Very, very much, I'm the kind of player that's like, I just want all my games on Steam. That's just what I want. Alright. Interestingly enough, there's a couple of Minecraft spin-off games on Steam. Oh, like the Dungeons one or whatever. It is on Game Pass, though. That makes sense, because Game Pass is Microsoft. And again, Microsoft these days, and when I say these days, Microsoft has owned Mojang / Minecraft since longer than Mojang and Minecraft were independent of Microsoft. Because I want to say that acquisition happened pretty close to the time I had stopped playing. Because no, the Bedrock edition was kind of the first big thing they did once Microsoft took over. Okay, so let's go up. I basically wanted... I'm trying to dig down. Yeah, 2010-ish. Yeah, no, and like I said, for me, I've got to get this to be... Alright. To this side so I don't accidentally fall to my death. Do you want a tip with the ladder? Yeah, because that's... Because I want the trapdoor. So one thing I could do is I could go and pull up the trapdoor. Grab a ladder. And then put the ladder where the trapdoor was. Then do this. And I think that'll work easier. Yep, okay, yeah. And fill in that block. That's fine. This will be our temporary solution. Ow. Alright, so let's see here. We can drop the bamboo. Got more copper ingots, so let's toss the copper in here. We'll start smelting those. Got a bunch of gravel. Drop the lead. I've got tons of cobblestone. So we can do with the cobblestone for right now is I'll grab a stack of you. That should be more than enough of the fence line to finish that. Alright, let's go in here and grab you. Because I need to go to you. Make that bigger. Okay, so we had the fletching table I saw show up. And the fletching table is 4 wood and 2 flint. Oh. Weird. You don't actually interact with the fletching table. That's fine. I've made it already, so who cares? Alright, let's grab some stone here for crafting more tools, because I broke a lot of my tools. So, let's go grab you. I need more sticks. And grab another shovel. Grab 2 more pickaxes. And grab a sword. Okay, we're doing relatively well there. We'll get one last snooze here before we end up in the ad break. Oh, right, we can just go in here. We have wood, right? Let's grab that oak. You're still making the copper. Put the jungle planks back. And grab our ladders. Sorry, probably more than I should. Let's see. I'd be curious to go with all that. Thank you, Cliche, for the 110 stream streak. I really do appreciate that as well. Means a heck of a lot. Alright, so I don't waste materials. Chuck those in there. Oh wait, let's, before we go too much farther. There, that way I don't have to do that jump thing where I accidentally drop the ceiling on myself. Yeah, so my plan here is to basically work my way down. And then we start branching out our tunnels as we see any differences in brick and all that. I'm not expecting much. Granted, I haven't played in a long time, but it used to be as basically just stone the whole way down with the occasional pocket of, like, gravel or, you know, ore and that kind of stuff. But if we can get down to the lower elevations where you run the risk of lava and all that, that's usually where you find a lot of the better materials historically. And so I'm assuming that's going to still be true. You look like you're a slightly different texture. You are. Oh, hey. So what did we find? Andesite. Okay, so they did add different types of stone, because it used to be it was just stone. There was no, like, granite, andesite, anything like that. It was just stone. They have expanded out the types of stone in the game, which is good. Because imagine that let us get some variant, some different thing. You dig the same way in Terraria? Yep. Granted, Terraria could be a lot more aggressive with a lot of this. This I have to be, like, very careful about my positioning and all that. And in this one I don't have the horizontal view, so I can just punch through and then be like, oh, lava. Nice. And then we die. Okay, that's a different material down there. Okay, so what do we find now? Hobbled deep slate. Cool. Not feeling great about that. The cobbled deep slate. It looks vaguely dungeon wall-y. It might be nothing. But it definitely is like, not so sure about this one. But hey, only one way to find out. If there's anything you want to do on a permadeath hard mode run, it's to go, hey, this looks questionable. Let's just keep going. No risk, no gain. Well, that's kind of the thing when you're doing permadeath in a lot of games. Usually the way you have to approach a lot of games with permadeath is over-prepare and always lean on the side of caution. Like, everything is risk mitigation. Doing everything in your power to go, hey, I have to take a certain amount of risk. A certain amount of risk is unavoidable, but any risk I can minimize while taking that risk is the thing I'm going to do. So, like, Project Zomboid, you know, by its nature is always permadeath if you're not changing your settings a whole bunch or whatever. So it's one of those things going like, well, I'm going to fight the zombies, and there's always going to be a certain level of danger that comes with fighting the zombies. That's just the nature of the beast. But at the same time, you can go, okay, well, it's much safer for me to fight the zombies inside buildings. Or sorry, outside of buildings. Jesus, don't fight zombies inside buildings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make all my strategy around drawing the zombies outside of buildings so I don't have to worry about corners and doors and all that stuff getting me killed. Okay, so we've got cobbled deep stone. Alright, so we can get cobbled deep stone, just like floors and all that. Nothing new here. Nothing new there. Polished deep slate looks actually pretty cool. And then we don't really have much andesite. Yep, so you shouldn't have to worry too much. Like I said, I've got my little perimeter here. It honestly should also make it a little bit harder for the skeleton archers to hit us if we do run into that as well. Gives me a little bit of cover. Okay, do we have any type of gate or something? Let's see. Da, 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 da. I know there's like wooden gates. Yeah, so you can make a wooden gate. Let's go over here. Wait, what do you want for making the gate? Oh, I already have it. Alright, so let's go down here. We can go ahead and... There you are. I was like, I heard the drowning one. Alright, so what's going to happen here in just a minute, chat, is I'm going to have to step away for a minute to go ahead and get some dinner in the oven, welcome my wife home and all that good stuff. And then, like, right after that, we'll be right back to it. We'll probably end up starting the sponsored stream around that time I get back. So if you bear with me, I'm going to go ahead and step away for a minute and do all that stuff. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and I'll be right back. right, and we are back. Okay. Oh yeah, no, the tropical storm helicopter. That's probably the second worst I've had with like events and weather in that game. Very early on in my Project Zomboid, I did I wasn't called Perfect Night. What was it? Oh, oh no, it was when I took a deaf player. That's right. I took a deaf player so he couldn't hear anything. It's the only time I've done a deaf run, and we actually had survived for a while, and it's at Riverside. And I hadn't realized there was a tropical storm coming up because you can't listen to the radio when you're deaf. Um, so I got caught out in the evening with the tropical storm. So the screen was pitch black, and I was deaf, and just standing there being like, "What do I do?" So like I just had my back up against the river and just basically stood there the whole night with a weapon up ready to hit anything because I couldn't see. It was just pitch black. It was like, all right, the outline's gonna save me or it's not. And it went fine, but it was definitely like a tense, like a full night in the game of just like sitting there like ready to thwack anything because I couldn't. It wasn't like it was hard to see. It was like literally a black screen. Um. Anyways, with that said, what I'm gonna go ahead and do here real fast is we are gonna go into the sponsored segment here. So we are gonna turn on the channel skin, whatever it's called. And yeah, it's gonna put a little bit of the advertising around it. This is the whole reason why they're sponsoring. It's like they're promoting the game and everything. So that kind of good stuff. But yeah, so anyone who's hanging out, that all does help. This sponsorship does base what you get on viewership for like full transparency. Why is the music gone? Game, please, I'm begging you. Well, I actually have a little bit of sugar cane left over. So what was it to make the actual sugar? I was going to suggest you turn it on, and if you just didn't just now, we'll chat later about it. You didn't just now? Yeah, and that was the entire idea. Is I figured I would wait until around when I do like my normal break, and then do it there. So we made sugar, and it didn't seem to unlock any additional recipes. Okay, that's fine. All right. You're adorable little creature. I was expecting more than 2 out of that, but that's okay. We'll keep scaling that up. And I think they'll get like brown tips on the wheat when it's done. That's assuming the model is the same as it used to be. All right, so let's go around here. I should probably have my weapon out to protect myself. And let's start exploring the immediately surrounding area a little bit. See what other goodies we can find. Like apparently even more watermelon. What? Wait, what? Do you want help to remember how to find a place again? No. You can find my way back? Now I just take our chances. And go get lost? That is the plan. We call that content. Okay. Alright, so that's sandstone. So we got another bamboo forest way out there in the distance. That looks like more jungle over there. So yeah, so you've got a desert over there, and there's like what looks almost like a badlands after that. We got jungle there. This is just bamboo the whole way over. That is a lot of bamboo. I'm kind of leaning towards not growing the bamboo ourselves anymore. Well, that's interesting. Oh, weird. Okay, hang on. This might be a dangerous thing to be doing. So what did that unlock? So I got a magma block. Alright. So we got a couple of magma blocks. We'll go see what that news is about. And what are you? You're something else. Is that clay, I think? Alright. So it's getting to be nighttime. Yeah, so I think the next time I'm going to rip up the bamboo right in front of us. Okay, so we got magma block. Magma cream we make into magma block. Okay. I'm not seeing anything else I make with the magma block. Can I use it as a fuel source? No. Let's put a wooden chest. Don't worry about it. It's just magma. It's probably fine. Give me my ingots. We also got clay. So we can make clay blocks. I don't think we want that. Go ahead and make some paper, just in case we need that for anything. So that means we can make a cartography table. Sure, why not? Oh, that actually does something. Okay, hang on. Basic map, empty map. Map level 0 out of 4. Okay, that's kind of cool. What else do we get? Yes, it's interesting we don't actually have the ability to do anything with the fletching table so far. Let's put the clay away. I have more of that. We can make ourselves more paper. I see. Alright, so we've got a really big map. Interesting. Let's go to level 3 zoom. That's reasonable. Now what happens if I combine maps? Okay, so we cannot combine maps. Yeah, so there's our big map. That's our smaller map. Okay, so that's interesting stuff. Can I craft with the maps? Make a big map for putting on my wall? A name tag. Okay. Is there a way to zoom the bigger map in? Not that I saw. Yeah, that's the thing. I vaguely remember there being a map you could hang on the wall. I don't think it's the item frame. I think it'd be its own thing. Is it literally the item frame? We could try it. Got the leather here. Interesting. Alright. What we can do here is I'll make a second item frame. A glow item frame. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like the level 4 zoom map is kind of too hard to use. It's too small. Drop off that spare there, drop off this. Alright. Oh, I did not make ladder rungs. Yeah, and I remember having like a full map wall like one time. I think I only messed with it once. Okay, meanwhile I can go here. I don't know how far down the worlds go now. I remember they weren't super far down. Like where we're hitting these cobbled slate or whatever it was, it feels like that would be the point where you'd start seeing like early phases of lava in that. Which is interesting because there used to not be a transition from, like stone-wise, there wasn't a transition from higher to lower layers. Outside of like you hit bedrock, and then you'd start seeing lava show up after a while. You know, and then, you know, stuff like diamonds would show up and that kind of things. But it's kind of cool having like a gradual shift in like what type of things you find. That's what it figures at nighttime, we mine. And during the daytime, we can go ahead and check out some other things. Like up top, explore the world, start filling out those maps, I think. Let's see, if you remember correctly, in the past, you could find lava in every Z level. It was a reason to never dig straight down. Yes, you could, but the frequency you'd find lava would increase dramatically once you hit a certain depth. Like, you could actually find surface lava on the rare occasion. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can take that. But yeah, no, it was also, you also never wanted to dig straight down as well, just in case you dug into a an existing cave and you just fall to your death. That's always the reason there's rules about digging straight down and straight up. To, you know, approach with extreme caution. Found some lapis lazuli. Yeah, so we're definitely near some type of cave thing. Because I can hear enemies underground with me, and we're way deeper than we could hear anything on the surface. Alright. Yeah, no, a lot of times I'd do, like, spiral staircases down. What we'll probably do is once we get the iron to make a bucket, is I'll put, a 3-4 tile deep, like, pool of water at the bottom. So that way if I, like, ever fall off the ladder or anything like that, we could fall the entire distance down and shouldn't have to worry about, like, falling to our death. Because those are some of the deaths that suck the most when you're doing permadeath things, is when you're being all careful about a fight, and you just get nudged, and then you just fall the entire length of the area, and then it's just over. I'm hearing a lot of critters. There's at least a spider, a zombie, and a skeleton that I've heard. Which is interesting after all these years, one, that I recognize all those sounds, and that, two, they haven't changed. I'm sure they have, like, additional sounds that they didn't have before. Okay. Alright. We've dug into an existing cave. And my answer to this cave is, no thank you, I don't want it. Because step one is I just want to get as far down as we can. We'll start making some zigzagging patterns to try and find ore. That block's a slightly different block. Okay. Let's see, or water caves, or sand, or gravel will fall on you and kill you. Creeper in a small tunnel. Yep. Lots of things that can get you. I'm honestly surprised we're still going down. I would have expected to hit bedrock by now. But like I said, it's been a long time since I played, so I don't really know. Haha. Alright, note to self that if we pull up anything in the ladder, we slowly go down the ladder. Alright. Cool. Drop off this, drop off the lapis lazuli. Grab our melon, drop you off. Hey, chickens. Thank you for donating yourselves to the cause. If I knew how to take care of you, I would. Okay, and like I said, we got so much bamboo nearby, I think we get rid of the bamboo forest here. Or the bamboo farm, I guess. Because if I need bamboo, that whole area out there in the distance is nothing but bamboo forest. And we got some replacement sugar cane. Yeah, so these look fully grown. Get that here in just a minute. Do I have dirt on me? I do not. Alright, so I got a couple of wheat and I got some sugar cane. I'm doing pretty good. Alright, so I got that and some cocoa beans. So we have wheat. We can make the hay bales, which that guy wants hay bales for emeralds, which is certainly a thing. We can make bread or we can make cookies. Now, there's no question, between bread and cookies, we are making cookies. Yep, no, they offered a really generous sponsorship, so I was like, yeah, no, I'll play. I haven't played Minecraft in like 10, 15 years, but you know, why not? So do you change what you want each day? No. The good news is we can actually genuinely get these hay bales. I don't know if I care about any of the stuff you're offering in return. But I'll take the emeralds. I believe that's their currency in the game. Interesting. Not seeing anything too exotic. We got more bamboo and stuff up there. We've got the cow to potentially lead. What I gotta remember is how we feed them, and don't spoil that. That's honestly the best type of Minecraft stream to watch. Yeah, no, I haven't played for ages and ages and ages, so it's like, alright, let's go ahead and check it out. Haven't played in forever. Let's see what's changed. And it's kind of those things that generally so far it's been like, yeah, at its core, it's the same game I've played so many times. But also, there's so much stuff I don't recognize. I heard some. Okay, we managed to get away from it enough that I didn't get hurt too bad. Took a little chunk of my armor. But that was a creeper sneaking up on me. And we are playing permadeath and hard mode. What are you? Terracotta. Okay, so that's a ruin. It's already starting to get dark again. I think once we get something like iron, I believe we can get something like a compass or whatever. Hey, zombie dudes, how's it going? Okay, there's a straight-up pool of lava there. You all suck. I need to get out of here. I'm pretty sure that's home over there. Because those little zombies seem to be relatively fast. It seems like if I just run straight away from them, I'm faster than them. Okay. Well, we got knocked down to 4 hearts. Okay. So we got the terracotta and everything. So you can get a blue bundle. So I keep getting all these different bundles. Oh, okay. So it's string and leather to make the bag. We've got a lead. We have the empty map, the saddle, carrot on a stick, all that stuff. We can find iron. We can work on that. Nothing else here that I'm too worried about or excited about. Yeah, I'm assuming the terracotta, we can make a block of lapis lazuli. So you did give me really, really badly damaged chainmail. Cool, thanks for that, I guess. Drop the rest of this off. And drop off the cocoa beans. Let's see here. Grab the wood. We can go to this. Turn all into sticks. Turn to ladders. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like my expectation with the hunger was that I was under the impression in the game that the hunger would drain rather rapidly. But it looks like it primarily only drains at a meaningful rate when I'm injured. That it's effectively my life regen. It's not how I remember the game being, but also I haven't played forever, so probably can't trust memory on that anyways. Yeah, food was changed a while ago. Do you play Minded Minecraft sometimes? I have not played Minecraft in 15 years. So this is literally my first time playing outside of like one very, very short, like, that I built like a little teeny tiny house in 15 years. I played a whole bunch before then, but I am playing like 15 years. And with that said, it's also been a thing with all that I tend not to mod my games very much. But recently we've also like played games like Vintage Story, Hytale, and a bunch of the other ones that are similar to that, but Minecraft itself I haven't played in a long time. And a big part of the reason that was the case is when Minecraft very first came out, I played a ridiculous amount of it. Like, made these giant, like, coliseums and all that kind of stuff. And unfortunately, I burned myself out real bad at the time. But it's also been like 15 years, so... You know, that's the whole thing. But I just went way, way, way hard until I couldn't stand it anymore. What would you say about automation Minecraft? Is that a mod? Again, I haven't played in 15 years, so if you're going to ask me any questions about any mods or anything, the answer is I don't know. Because I haven't played in 15 years. Needless to say, I have not kept up with the happenings in the game. Like, all these different blocks we're running into, all of these are new to me. Back in my day, you had stone. You had stone, you had ore. That's what you dug up. There was no, hey, this is other stone. Alright, so we do see, I'm assuming that's ruby? Baby copper? No, it's okay, Luxray. If you're talking about redstone, redstone did exist back then. So it's fine. I'm familiar with redstone. I've definitely done something. It's a group of mods? Yeah, no, it's the whole thing. Yeah. So generally speaking, I generally don't play hardly any modding. But I wouldn't call it getting anything away, but yeah. Now, broadly speaking, I tend to prefer to not mod my games. If I do mod my games, it's usually very, very light stuff, like some very minor quality of life changes, or stuff along the lines of... Sorry, stuff along the lines of, you know... I'm sorry, my brain. So it's along the idea of, like, quality of life changes, accessibility changes, so stuff like, you know, where a game sometimes will just not have things presented in the UI that are relevant to the player. I might get a mod that gives me that information, but not really... But not like overhauling. Yeah, no, definitely an overhaul mod is a hard no for me, usually. It's not that I've never, ever, ever done any overhaul mods, but it is extremely rare. Alright. I think it's safe to say we're on the front page right now. So hello, front page. For those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge. I do play a whole variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there was a past tense on that, but it was 135,121 zombies killed on one character, one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles, on super duper sweaty tryhard settings. But with all that said, I do play a whole range of games, including a lot of like simulation games, settlement builders, city builders, roguelites, survival crafters. Pretty ridiculous range. You are taking a lot to break. I'm immediately dubious that we are going to destroy this block. We did. Okay, so we know to not mine that until we get that bedrock. Okay, so that looks like it's bedrock. Alright, so this is the bottom. Okay, so what we're going to do here is let's go to about the dividing line where we saw the stone change. So where we changed from, like, this stone to that stone. Alright, 1 second. Good, told you that? I didn't want you to tell me that. If you told me that, I would have timed you out. This just looks like straight up dirt. Because the whole no backseating, that kind of thing. Alright, so let's go ahead and put you here. I believe I actually have some doors up there. So I want to grab those. Yeah, so my plan here, I'm just going to start making a tunnel. We don't really care about what direction the tunnel's going. But basically I want to try and choose an elevation that's pretty close to the point where we're seeing regular stone and this stone, so I'm kind of along that fence. I don't know the world spawn insofar as, like, I imagine there's a rule like, hey, if you're below N tiles, this material could show up. You know, that kind of thing. So I want to try and land kind of on that fence, because we want to find stuff like iron. Now, I haven't played in forever. It used to be that, generally speaking, if you just dug down to the side, sooner or later you're going to find iron, sooner or later you're going to find diamond, sooner or later you're going to find whatever. Certain ones only appeared at certain depths, that kind of thing. I'm sure it has changed a lot since I last played, but we're going to need to... Without backseating, yeah. Yeah, no, I'd imagine it would be weird for them to not do that, because there's reasons for that. Now, it wouldn't surprise me now if we have certain biomes that certain biomes can, like, have certain materials show up, whereas other biomes might not have them show up. I could see that being a thing. But I don't imagine this getting nearly as sweaty or try-hard as something like Vintage Story could be, where you have to, like, know that, well, this is a bauxite biome, N, Y, and Z can spawn in this one, this is a whatever biome, and that, like, your actual game progression is going to be kind of held up by that. I guess technically you don't need to know that in Vintage Story, you can just prospect until you find. Sorry, I thought I heard lava to my left. Okay. Yeah, no, I've done, like, for the game content that's available in Vintage Story, I have completed, like, made steel armor and everything. Also correct about the biomes and material generation. Some are more abundant in other different biomes. Yeah, no, it makes sense. That's, like, a natural progression I would kind of expect for them. And thank you, Zalsoul, for the 175 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Me playing, Minecraft makes me feel like I lost a bet. Why? Minecraft's a fun game. I haven't played in a hot minute. Like a very hot minute of like 15 years. No, genuinely, we are being sponsored tonight. That collectively between Twitch and Mojang, they are sponsoring a lot of content creators through Twitch official sponsorships to play the game right now. And it's not even a specific version or anything like that. It's like basically any Minecraft thing. So we were being sponsored to play this tonight for at least an hour. And then on top of that, it does appear they put us on the front page, because they said that's a thing that can happen with the official Twitch sponsorships, as well as occasionally you'll just be put on the carousel on the front page. So it's kind of like getting a good sponsorship, and on top of that, getting that thing. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. I'm down to my last torch, unfortunately, so I gotta go up after this one. Alright. Better than getting the stomach flu like I did? Yeah, no, stomach flu is no fun. Sorry to hear you're going through that. That's the thing. But yeah, no, that's, there's not many games I would sit there and be like, oh, I won't play that, you know, like I've lost a bet or whatever. Like, there's definitely games with, like, very predatory monetization and that kind of stuff I wouldn't play. But stuff like Minecraft and Fortnite or whatever, it's like, yeah, Fortnite's definitely not my cup of tea. But I wouldn't be like, oh no, playing that, clearly something's wrong. We can put the ladder away for right now. So we're gonna want wood. So did the chickens stay in our area here? Cool. Bluebird? Yeah, I think those are parrots because I think I'm in, I guess it's a jungle biome or something along those lines. So I've seen a couple of, like, what looks like parrots of various types, like a macaw or whatever. So basically you got double good networking for more butts and seats. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing where very much I'm benefiting from the fact that there's a sponsorship, which means, you know, I'm being paid, which is always pretty awesome. And then on top of that, it gives the channel a lot of visibility that normally doesn't have. So, like, again, that's just more better. Let's grab some dirt and continue to expand the farm. Because I get the farm big enough. Where's just the regular old dirt? There you are. Unmodded. Water looks so good. Yeah, so I definitely, like, massively appreciate the, you know, the fact that they're sponsoring and all that stuff. Those kind of things can really change that. All right, so the water still works like the way I remember it. So I wanted to move it over here, but that's fine. So you don't think you could personally play Minecraft without others? Yeah, so that's, if we look at it historically when I played Minecraft, I've mostly played on my own. I've done a little bit with others, but not much. You'll find quite often with a lot of the games I play, it's pretty rare I'm doing a bunch of multiplayer. I'm trying to remember, I think water can penetrate up to 3 tiles out. But that might be mixing up my games. Let's deliberately leave that spot there just in case. Okay, so keep planting the wheat. The trader person there. You also prefer single player? Yeah, a lot of people do. Like, obviously there's you're mentioning the neurodivergent thing. Obviously there's a lot of different neurodivergent conditions that would have a person be more likely to tend to oh yeah, sorry, yeah, so no big, like, party foul or whatever. I will ask, like, not ask questions, but I will say stuff like, hey, I think it works like this and all that. I will say that out loud. I'm actually not looking for answers. You'll know if I'm looking for an answer if I stop and be like, hey, chat, does this work like that? Or could someone answer, does this work like that? That's fine. Generally speaking, the best way to approach, like, that kind of thing is saying, would you like to know? And then if I say yes, by all means, you're good to go. So you're cool. Everything's fine. But I do tend to... Am I, like, weirdly merged in the blocks below me? That was strange. So I do tend to, like, talk out my thoughts and all that. So yeah, like, you're good. But that's... The timeout wasn't meant as a punishment, it was meant as a way of making that message disappear before I saw it. Okay. So you're good. Just making that clear. Let's see. Yep, and it's also a thing, like, we're not gonna, like, you know, do a long timeout or a ban or anything if, you know, if I ask a question, just, like, voicing it out and someone answers it. Obviously, if it's something where, like, the only way you'll likely catch a ban for something like that is if I'm like, I wonder how this works, and then you write about how it works, and I'm like, okay, you know, just, like, I gave, like, the clarifying statement there. And then you have to follow, welcome to stream. And then you, like, how did you get in here? All right. And then, you know, like, someone clears the fire, and then, like, it repeats kind of thing. Yeah, no, I realize that, Darth, generally speaking, usually when someone comes in, they're like, time me out, like, so I don't, you know, kick off or whatever. Like, we'll accommodate that, but usually my stance is, hey, if you already know you're, like, in a headspace where you're going to kind of lash out, my usual answer is, you know that keyboard? Put it away. Like, sit in them hands. Practice that self-discipline. You know, a lot of times when people are streaming these games, they will kind of vocalize their thoughts and all that. So it can be a little bit tricky, but everyone handles, like, backseating differently. I do like, so, for example, Drongo, who's a fellow member of my house, fellow member of that stream team I'm on, I like his approach to backseating. He's a little bit more on board with backseating than I usually am. But, the one thing I really like is he goes, yeah, you know, you're allowed to backseat, but if you get it wrong, I will make fun of you. I enjoy that greatly. Because the amount of times you get backseated and the information you get is just objectively wrong is entirely too much. Good chicken. Remember the one day coming to a page with a person playing God of War? Guy just spoiled the ending, was so mad. Yeah, you have people like that they're there to troll right from the beginning. That does unfortunately happen. Alright, we have successfully made more cookies. Oh, you know what I didn't think about? Okay. Oh, no, we got a bunch of coal. We can go ahead and... Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't have sticks. I was about to say is I didn't get wood, so I don't have wood to get more torches to do more down below. I'm really liking the fireflies. That's a really cool effect. What am I hearing? Oh, you again. You suck. Can you ask what the stone slabs in your shelter are for in the center? I'm basically making it a granite counter. It doesn't serve a purpose. I was gonna put stuff underneath it, to make it look more like a kitchen counter kind of thing. But then I couldn't put the wood slabs underneath it. That's actually the reason why there's some wood slabs in this box. Yep, for the vibes. Exactly. So get a bunch of sugar. Alright. We could check on making the barrel, see if that's worth anything. If we get more leather, we could also make the book. Okay, sorry about that. A copper lantern. I see, okay. So we want to make our lighting in our house not look terrible. We could make a copper lantern. And I believe from what I saw with the recipes, where are those copper bars? They should be in here somewhere. Should have a bunch of them. There they are. I believe it's something like that gets me you. Oh, and that lets me get copper chain. Lightning rod. Okay. That's mildly concerning. A glistening melon. Oh, apparently I can put gold nuggets on a melon. Okay, sure. We can make a copper door. It's interesting that some of those are made out of the art materials. Okay, so back to what I was doing, which is, according to this, I should be able to grab you and make a lantern. Oh, it's a copper torch. Huh. Okay, I'll bite. So I need another stick. So I can get a copper torch, a copper lantern, which opened up a waxed copper lantern, a waxed exposed copper lantern, a waxed weathered copper lantern, or a wax oxidized copper lantern. Okay. Cool. So that's slightly better lighting. Interesting. So I feel like I don't want to waste those on just random torches. I'll drop you off. It's properly just straight up nighttime. Okay, and we've got a bunch of sugar and all that. I should make sure I have the sugar and the wheat in my inventory at the same time here. For the purpose of all that. So I do have a torch. It's not really worth going down below 4, but... That's fine. We'll just go a little bit farther while we wait for the daytime to come back. Because right now we're looking for stuff like iron. I also forgot that I meant to grab a door, that way I can close a door on the side passage. And then the reason I want to close a door on the side passage is that way, as we're running around doing this, I don't run into the problem where I accidentally catch myself on the edge there. Because if I catch myself on the edge there, I could take lethal fall damage while going up and down the ladder. But iron's the big one we want, because with iron I can get a bucket, and with a bucket I should be able to get some water and drop it down to the very bottom of the shaft. And if we do that, then if I were to ever fall down the shaft for any particular reason, I can land in the water and it would prevent lethal damage. Alright, so I found more copper. Okay. Again, more andesite. And I'm very leery about exploring random underground tunnels. They give me a much better chance of getting the ore. Is that diamond? I feel like whatever that is, I don't want to break it without an iron pickaxe. Oh, right, yeah. That's fine. We still need to go up and get more torches. So let's go ahead and get more torches made, which is going to be going out and cutting down some trees, getting myself some wood, for both the sticks and all that, as well as more charcoal and whatnot. Okay, we can drop off the andesite, this, and that. Right now, I'll drop off the copper ore as well. We're work fine over here. I'm sure there's more uses for the sugarcane I'm not aware of. I get a bunch more watermelon, and we can go here, get more of you planted. I need to go in and grab more dirt. And by going and grab more dirt, I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to carve away at this hill behind my house. Because they'll both give me more visibility from a distance, among other things. Okay, that should do for right now. But yeah, so we're going to slowly change the area around my house. So we have this elevated defensible position where I don't have to worry about most of the enemies being able to reach me. It is a curiosity that I've got that one flying stingray-looking thing. Oh, right. I was planting stuff down there. I do feel like what I'm going to ultimately want to do is put, like, an overhang so I can get outside the building while it's nighttime to not have to deal with that nonsense. What about Enderman defense? I do not know what the defense against Enderman is, and don't answer that question as to what it is. I am aware Endermen are a thing and that they can teleport and pick up blocks. But last time I played, the Endermen were brand new to the game. Step it up. NASA has more viewers. That's fair. NASA should have more viewers. What I'm doing here is entertainment, all that kind of stuff. NASA's actually, you know, advancing things technologically and all that. These are not equals. I would even argue if I'm sitting with more viewers than NASA, we have in a lot of ways failed as a society. Didn't reach that. That's fine. They're still doing something important that is revolutionary and all that kind of stuff. Keep it. Did you demonically screech here, buddy? Wait, did you say I got a new crafting table? What's going on here? Oh, I got a brown egg. Okay, cool. So, like, if I leave the brown egg out here, maybe you'll hatch? I didn't see, like, an incubator or anything like that. And again, not actually asking that question. We can make cake if we can get cows as well. But yeah, no, I'm glad NASA's actually getting a lot of viewers. Like I said, it'd be pretty sad if something as important also. Yeah, this is vanilla. There is not a single mod loaded. Nope, I do not want answers with the eggs. I figure either A, it'll just hatch on its own, or B, there'll be some type of, like, incubator building or something or whatever. Okay, how much higher do you go? A lot. Hi. Parakeet? I'm gonna be swinging my axe here, buddy. I don't... Did you zombie at me? Because with like the zombie, it sounded like the parakeet tried to do a zombie noise. And I could have pushed farther up. Are you attacking me with a tree? Okay. But my thought was with like the really, really big tree up there, I was like, okay, I could see getting part of the way up there, having something hit me, and then just dying from the fall damage. Which is like, you know what? Not worth it. Did I get a potato? Is that what I'm seeing? I did get a potato. Alright, well, we're growing potatoes now. Oh, the parakeets can learn the creeper sound? That sounds terrible. Also, it is amazing and wonderful that they've done that. Also, how dare they? What I need to do, figure out how to feed you. And I may not need to feed them at all, but... Alright, so we got apples, we're not worried about that, we'll do the saplings. Alright. So let's go grab... Oh, I'm putting these in the smoker. I'm like, why is this not working? Yeah, it's the wrong building, man. Alright, so let's get those going here. And then once we get all that starting to cook up here, we can go ahead and get ourselves some torches so we can get back down below. And while we're down below, we can work on expanding, looking for more ore. Because I'm not sure if that light blue, it doesn't look like the diamonds I remember, but it is the right color. Oh, what's up, Luxray? Didn't you have coal? Yes. I don't know if coal is used for other things and charcoal is free. Because I could see the argument that you could use coal for additional things like all that stuff. So it could be that there... Didn't you need sticks? I do. I'm going to be turning some of that into sticks and some of that into charcoal. I do have a need for both. Bam. All right. Yep, the door is a reminder. Oh yeah, and reminders are fine, by the way. For those who are not sure, like the backseating rules, if I'm like, hey, you know, I need to do this, someone remind me, like, that's totally fine. Or even if it's like you see me taking off, and it's like, oh, I'm up here for coal, and I run up here, and I do something else, get distracted, and run back down, it's totally fine, 100% on board to be like, you know, you forgot the coal. Or, like, whatever I'm saying. Alright. So I got this toasting for a minute. Yeah, so 8 charcoal's probably enough. We're gonna burn through that whole stack, I think. And then the reason I'm trying to be diligent about closing the door is magic vanilla. I don't think so. I don't know if they added magic. Oh, it is it is vanilla? It used to be mods back in the day. Okay, and like I said, there's some type of blue or maybe diamonds. I thought diamonds looked different. But regardless of what it is, I don't want to hit it with a stone pickaxe. I'm going to go. Let's see, did you last play in the no food bar, food directly healed you days? I thought it was way back in the day that you would just potentially starve to death. Like, you'd run out of food, you just go like, tick, 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 and I keep hitting you. Oh, yeah, no, I'm familiar with the enchants. I've seen that those are a thing. I haven't done, like, almost any of that myself. But yeah, no, those are definitely vanilla. Because that's what the XP's for. If I remember correctly. That, to me, looks like iron. I'm glad I double-checked that. Is that water, though? Okay, let's get as much iron as we can out of here. But yeah, no, I want to say the way it used to work is that you would very, very slowly recover health if you were fed, I think. This could very, very easily be me mixing. Alright, so we're seeing water drip through that top tile above us. So I think we've just hit the edge of where the water's at. We got diorite. Alright. Yeah, to me that just looks like it's an underwater tunnel that we probably don't want to mess with. Yeah, so I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of the andesite, shove that brick over to me, close that up just in case enemies can come through there. Alright, so let's go ahead and bring the iron back up, because then we can make the iron pickaxe, and that should let me get the ore towards the very bottom, and whatever that is. Unless they've got, like, more tiering system that I'm unaware of, which is a possibility. Where, like, you know, maybe iron's only good enough to get whatever ore, and then you need the next higher one to get the next ore. I don't think it will be. I think it'll probably be the way it was, where it was iron could do anything. And then we kind of go from there. Alright, and you're still making charcoal. We didn't get that much iron, but we did get you know, some. Yeah, so want the iron is only good enough to get the super iron. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that's processing. Yeah, so that'll let us get out of steel thing. We apparently can we make crossbows. I forgot there was shears, a brush, a lodestone, which is a curiosity. We have a smithing table, which is a curiosity. We have a stone cutter. Wait, what was the other one I saw there? A hopper. Ah, we can make our minecart, the classic. Yeah, so I feel like the bucket is definitely one. The pickaxe is definitely another. I'm a little curious. So there's the bucket. There's the pickaxe. Do we know what diorite's gonna get me here? Pink stained glass, glass panes, all that good stuff. Alright, so let's put the diorite away in the andesite. Meanwhile, take you, break you into blocks. Because I think we'll get the smithing table, because that's new to me. Upgrade gear. Add a smithing template. Okay. That has got some curiosities about it. Alright, so let's go ahead. And we can also get the stone cutter. I would need some stone. Because I figure all these crafting... Ah, so you're going to be like actual... You're going to be this kind of stone where we go 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we get the stone cutter from that. And I think we got all those benches and whatnot. The hopper's interesting, but I don't think that's anything we care about right now. I don't think I care about anything in that area. Then the question would be, with our iron, do we spend it on any of this stuff? Because we could go and give ourselves a little bit of armor, a slightly better weapon. Those are all worth considering. A shield is an interesting consideration. Okay, so let's get the stone cutter. Alright, so stone cutter. I grab cobblestone. Chiseled stone blocks. Oh, I didn't mean to actually pick them up. Okay. So that saves it so I don't need to go through and then smelt it down to the brick and then do the patterns. That's kind of cool. Alright. Oh, we can make a cherry boat out of cherry blossom, which is fun. Does the stone cart let you put on a robe and start a secret society? Absolutely. There's zero question about that. Now, the other interesting thing is with these chains. Let's go ahead and potentially get one of those chains going. So we get the iron axe. I feel like we hold off on using the iron for other things right now. But the copper, which I've been getting tons of, let's go over here. And see what new recipes we got for making a copper chain. But nothing I'm seeing here that we care about. Nothing there. Alright. So that lets me get, like, waxed copper chain and a bunch of stuff like that. But nothing else I'm seeing that's exciting. Alright, so let's put the copper away, put the chain away. We are at that point where I need to make myself new blocks so we can go... Oh, that did well. That does work. And drop you here. And for the moment, we can grab some of these things that I know are crafting material kind of stuff. I'm gonna move those up. Cool. Okay, I don't see the egg anymore. Oh, that's because I picked it up. I'm pretty sure I just threw the egg and destroyed it. You're welcome, chicken. Be free, I guess. 'Cause I don't feel like trying to corral you. You put the chains in the world and climb them? Maybe. It could be an alternative to the ladder. Be kind of an expensive alternative. Think? Yeah, you're ready. Cool. Hi, chicken. I hope you're having a good one. Let's grab the lapis lazuli and drop it up here. Go down here and drop you. Okay. So for the wheat or the hay bale, because the guy will buy those for emeralds, the hay bale is 9 of those. So you want to keep just getting more wheat. So we'll see what happens with that chicken over time. Right. Do you over there look like you got a bow or something? Got a pig over there, so let's go ahead and get herself some bacon.
Thank you Curl_Cats for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Curl Cats, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. And I hope you're having a good one. Welcome on in. Okay, and we're just going to go and dig all this up. Because this should give me more wheat seeds. Love your chill streams? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, chicken. Do you... Oh! Oh, you wanted that. Come on, chicken. Let's take you inside. You'll get there eventually, I guess. Keep a little bit for the chicken. You want to come on up here? You can do a little, buddy. And you live here now. This is your home. All right? And it's time for more science. We got a smoker, so we're gonna go ahead and smoke some pork chops. Okay, so interestingly, it still just resulted in cooked pork chops. I guess it's just a much more efficient way of cooking. Because those things went almost instantly. Hey, chicken? I don't know if continuing to, like, just throw food into your face makes this better, but we're gonna find out. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Alright, so I've got my pickaxe with that. We'll want to go ahead and grab that one. Is this early access? Absolutely, without question. Okay. Basically, you need a massive industrial farming that reshapes the entire landscape. Of course. So let's run to the end here where we had the maybe, maybe not diamond. And dig that up. There's something down there. Beyond the glowing squid. Are you chill? Okay, you die easy. Just like a lichen. Interesting. Oh, wait, what? So we did get a couple of diamonds. And I'll leave that little pool open, because that gave me glow ink sacks, which I did see something that was going to give me the glow thing. It's crazy to hear someone how they haven't played Minecraft in like 15 years. Feels like it's only a couple years back when it came out. Yup. The worst thing is, that's after I played a whole bunch, which means it came out that much more before that. So, you know, do with that information what you will. Alright, so let's grab you. Oh, is it a straight up redstone? Oh, it's redstone. And I'm going to fill in this area down here. In hindsight, I probably should go one higher. Yeah, let's go one block higher than this. Because we're not, like, you can't mine redstone, not unless something's changed, which I'm going to anticipate it not, because it's supposed to represent the bottom of the world for purposes of, look, man, we can only generate the world so far before it gets weird. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to yoink that piece of ladder. But with that, you can't have ore in the bedrock. So what I want to do is only worry about where we can potentially find ore. So going up one block means I don't have to worry about any of that nonsense. We got a couple diamonds, we got some redstone, we got some early iron. Alright. That's suspicious. So let's make a little pit there. Okay, it's just... I thought maybe I had, like, dug underneath that water tunnel. Or like a lava pool or something, that this was at the bottom of it. It does look like it's a gravel section. Yeah, so I'm deliberately staying back just in case. The reason I put that little trench in front of me is if the water works the way I remember it, that was one of the ways to like protect yourself against lava and all that, is as long as they stayed on this side, it'd go to the lowest elevation, so it'd go to there. Hey, there you go. Give me a little more iron. Alright. I think I hear lava farther up the tunnel. I'm not worried about fully filling that in. I just want to make it so we don't have to worry about enemies spawning above me and causing me problems. Let's see, how long will it take to get the drop rewards in your inbox? If they do have drops going on in the game, usually what should happen is, I'm assuming you're talking Twitch drops. Usually you just have to watch for however many hours it requires, or how long, I don't even know if it's in hours, how long it requires you to do so. And then it shouldn't show up necessarily in the inbox, which you'll see is on the top right corner of Twitch. There'll be a little icon that gives you a notification that's like, oh, hey, you got your drops. You might need to connect your account on Twitch to whatever. I have not gone into the, I've not gone in to look at the drops for Minecraft. I actually didn't realize they were going on. We do have the drops turned on, though. It doesn't matter what game. If there's drops going on, it is turned on. Okay, there's definitely lava over that way. How close it gets, I don't know. I don't know if we'll run into it, but there's definitely lava to our left a little bit. I should also check to see if we can't take this deep slate, toss it in the furnace to turn it into like smooth deep slate or something like that. We haven't done a lot of experimentation yet with any of that. Now, I'm sure people who min-max this would be like, oh, hey, if you're trying to optimize, I don't know about nowadays, it used to be something like you'd do just a one wide tunnel, 2 tall, and then you'd do a tunnel, you'd skip 3 blocks, and then you'd do the next tunnel, and then you'd skip 3 blocks, and you'd do the next tunnel. It's something like that. But I'm also in the camp of, I literally have a tag on the channel that's anti-min-max. It's not that I deliberately go out of my way to just cause grief with, like, going against min-max strategies or anything like that. But it's more so we have people who pop in who will, like, really, really push that you need to optimize and min-max and all these kind of things. Like, nah, don't care. Alright. So we got those. Some more redstone. But we do have diamond. So the interesting thing is I want to say, because I want to say the villagers came not too far after or before the Enderman showed up. And I can't remember if you had to get stuff from them to make the enchanting table. And don't answer that question. But I remember that was the whole thing, and I remember you would spend, I believe it was experience, to then, you know, basically roll the dice on enchants. Or something like that. But I remember it was related to the NPCs, while not necessarily requiring them. Okay. Let's see, I think the old method works pretty well still, even if less than it used to. But caving might be the most efficient nowadays, even though it's more dangerous. Yeah, no, and I made the comment earlier that it's like, to find fast ore, the caving is probably the best, just because you can cover a lot of ground. Even back then, it was still, caving was relatively a good way to find ore if you could find some deeper caves. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I made the comments like, if I see a cave, would I want to go running around in it? And my comment around that was basically like, you know, if I see something like right there that's interesting, I'll probably go out and grab it. But yeah, no, me running around down there, that's gonna be a high risk thing, and on permadeath hard mode, it could be very easily that you get like 1 or 2 enemies on you and just go down. Caving at hardcore. Yeah, caving at hardcore seems like a bad strategy. We're just going with the flow. Alright, so we got more redstone. That, in front of me, is a different kind of block. So what did I find block-wise? Tough. Alright, I have no idea what tough is so far as a stone, but sure. For stone called tough, it seems to be breaking way easier than the other stuff we were doing. You know the new rock types are much loved? Oh yeah, no, absolutely, it makes sense. That's the things that, like, I found myself really enjoying playing other games in this genre from the, from back in the day of playing Minecraft when you had stone, and that was it. It was stone. It was either stone or ore. You had to do a lot to try and come up with some type of interesting design, because it was just like, you had wood, you had stone. Alright, so we're really close to some lava over here. It's either up, or up left, or left. But it is very close. Oh, actually, I hear some bubbling on my right as well. Not as much, though. Yeah. Okay, so that should contain it. I can hear it. You can hear the bubblies. That's fine. We got a pretty good amount of stuff there. Oh, that reminds me, okay, so you can go a tile deeper. Cool. So we did get ourselves some diamonds. We got a bunch of other stuff, so let's go see what recipes we unlocked. We got a bunch of redstone as well, which is interesting, because you could do stuff like redstone torches to make signals and all that kind of stuff. I remember that being a whole big thing. So you create timers and all sorts of stuff. Gradually make your computer hate its existence. Okay, so let's see. So we got this bench. What did we unlock? So we can make ourselves the cobbled deep stone wall and all that. We can make some random diamond tools. We can make a compass. That's right. Compass was a big one. I remember that. We can make a clock. That's fun. So we can tell the time of day and all of that. For furniture. No new furniture. Oh, wait, actually take that. We have a jukebox and a note block. The jukebox uses a diamond. That's harsh. I am definitely curious, but I don't think we're doing that with our first diamonds. We can make blocks of redstone. Very important. Interestingly, I'm not seeing like the redstone torches and all that kind of, or the redstone automation stuff, which is fine. I'm sure it's out there, but it could require its own crafting bench or something we don't have access to yet. There's definitely stuff that got put in our things. Oh, right. So we do have a tiny bit more iron. So let's grab our iron here. Oh, and grab the charcoal. Yep, so toss you and you in there. We have the glow ink sack. What was the glow ink sack? Was that the lantern? It was somewhere in here. Oh, we have a lever. Yeah, there's something in here I remember seeing that was the glow ink sack we could use with it. And then we'll see about the deep slate. Is Minecraft ever going to end update, and is Minecraft ever going to get an end update? I mean, okay, so we can do something with that. I mean, they did add the Ender Dragon and all that. Before that, we even had less of an ending of it. Okay, so the deep slate look kind of like this. Yeah, that's about the only way I could see getting more of an ending kind of thing, is if they did ultimately... Okay, so tough does not get like a smooth stone. Yes, we have deep slate versus the others. Interesting. Yeah, the cobbled deep slate and the deep slate look very similar. Let's go ahead. Well, what happens if I put you in there and we do that again? So let's get 4 of those and see what they're. Check the stone carver's bench. That's actually a very fair point. We do have the stone carver's bench. Because I will not remember that thing exists. Yeah, let's grab like 4 of these, because that's going to be the thing that'll be what a lot of different blocks will end up using. Let's see. So we can make deep slate tiles, polished deep slate, and a whole bunch of goodies there. Chiseled deep slate. And that gives me the same potential results. Grab like 36 of them. What about the tough? Yeah, so they're just more blocks with different patterns from the looks of it. Meanwhile, put the redstone up here. except for one piece. Because now I should be able to go over here and go boom, 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 boom. Okay, you mentioned new recipes here. That's all fine. You mentioned it here. If I grab my big map here, I put you... Oh, that's not the right bench. I put you here, and you here. Map that shows players. Alright. Let's go. Cool. We have a map where we can actually show ourselves on there. Meanwhile, there's always the question of what I'm going to do with my first diamonds. Because we could certainly make like a diamond sword and a diamond pickaxe and all that. So interestingly, the diamond pickaxe is only one durability higher than the regular iron pickaxe. So I think we hold off on that. We don't do the show that. There's certainly argument to be made for the sword. There's also argument to be made for armor. But most of the armor I don't have the enough stuff for the armor. Could be a lot of diamonds. The other one to be considering is the clock. If I got gold bars, we can do that. There was something over here that also mentioned requiring a diamond. Empty map locator. Yeah, the clock could be a useful one. What was it that we saw? Oh, right, it was the jukebox. Oh, right, obsidian. That's right. That's right. Yeah, we should do that then. I forgot obsidian was the thing. Which is not surprising considering it's in, like, every game in the genre. So chuck you up there. Yeah, it's fine, we can do that. So it's like a polished stone floor. Let's see, can you make a small recommendation? You probably missed it because it's not intuitive. Sure. Checkerboard floor? Yeah, no, you can do fun stuff like that as well. Look for the shield in the standard crafting. Oh yeah, no, I saw that earlier. I didn't end up making it. But yeah, no, I probably should. Give me a moment to finish swapping out our floor. Choosing to change our aesthetics. Yeah, no, I was curious how it ends up working mechanically so far as... Like, if it's just up, you take hits, and the shield works as, like, armor, and how that all works. So let's check on that, because we had the shield, it was down here. We'll give it a go. Second hand. There's a second hand in this game now. Alright, let's check settings. Because... there wasn't a second hand the last time I played. How does one secondhand? Keyboard. Use item, place block. Pick block, action destroy, drop item, slots, inventory, toggle perspective, sprint, open, chat command, identify. Oh, it's in the inventory? Ah, I see. Yeah, that used to not be a thing, so I assumed that I could do that. No, I can't do that. That's fine. Okay, that's not bad. I was expecting the food to be way, way harder, so the fact that we're just... Do I have to stop watching the live stream because you can get the rewards? You can't get the rewards? I'm sorry. Yeah, leave that there because I don't know how that works. Stupid flying things of the night who are awful and hit me from the sky again and again. They've been like most of the damage I've taken in this game so far has been whatever those flying things are just coming down and wrecking my day. Oh right, we wanted to keep getting that to start trying to get stuff for bats. No, they're like the flying stingray things. You know, and careful about giving too much information, Arnish. Like that's the kind of stuff I want to kind of learn on my own. Yeah, I'm curious what... So we have the add smithing template. So that'll be something we probably have to fight enemies for. Can we get your butt down here? It hurts so bad. Yeah, because what I want to do is I want to get the water from out here. Actually, I don't need to do that. We got water down below. So let's go over here. I forgot I technically have a tiny little bit of chainmail I got off a random zombie. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can go over here and get myself a bunch more torches. Top off this. Oh, you'll see the solution for my route down.
Thank you by Taparat for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, BitApparat, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. And again, welcome to everyone who's come in through like the front page and all that good stuff. Very much appreciated and all that. Oh, did I already pass my door up here? I did. Because they're going to make this way safer here in a moment. What I can do here is grab my bucket. Yep, that's the plan. I chuck some water at the very bottom of it so that way I could just huck myself down and not have to worry about it. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's gonna take me a minute to run up and down and get this all sorted out. Because then we can get the bucket down there. And if we make it like 2-3 tiles deep, that should be plenty. We can jump down. But yeah, the plan is to have it so the elevator, whatever you want to call it, the elevator, whatever, drops directly into it, and then there's a way out through the side kind of deal. So that I have to go underwater. Because that should make it so I don't have to worry about catching any lips or anything like that. Okay. That's also why I got, like, the door here. So I can close the door so I can't catch on the ledge. Now, if I can get it, I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 tiles of water you need, where then I can just do it down here. But yeah, so what I'll do is I'll bring this up like 3-4 tiles. Okay. So let's go prep this properly. I'm going to need... a couple more blocks. So I go down 2. I guess down 1, because there's bedrock right there. Okay. Alright, so now we do here. Yeah, so make that the bottom. We're going to need this to be plenty deeper, though. Yeah, so the idea would be here, we could pop out here. Put that torch up there. Put a torch here. I forgot it gets weird with ladders. Okay, so with that, I should be able to safely jump down. Alright. A little nervous about it still. Let's take it one tile higher. Okay. Alright. That'll do. Cool. Right, so it is a thing that I need to get up there to where it's actually got the pool itself. Alright. Did not think through that through. So deny you your fuel. Okay. It's a dangerous place. So I'm trying to toss torches all around here. Ow. Okay, I think that's far enough that way. We don't want to go and check that any farther than we already have. Okay, so let's start off with these... the diamond and the redstone and all that stuff we have in the area. Okay. Looks like there might be more diamond over there. Ow. There's more tunnels up there. Let's back off. And recoup our life a little bit here before we move on. Because we are in permadeath. We are in hard mode, so... I really don't want to be pushing my health any lower than I need to. No, 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 no. I don't see you. I don't see you. Go away. I don't see you. Go away. No, no, no. I'm averting my gaze. Stop trying to get me killed. It has to die. Okay, so it's already pretty badly injured, thankfully. Okay. There. That's that problem solved. The issue is that area up there. Okay, because I would like to start claiming all of this, this wonderful obsidian, and there's a bunch of ore and all that down there. No, that's not what you want. Okay. Would you stop spawning so aggressively? Because I want to block off that tunnel is what I want to do. Because this area is mostly fine. If I can just get a little bit of ore to block off that tunnel... Okay. That's something I'd be careful about doing. Alright, let's get over to this thing. Like nothing was ever there. Exactly. What? Oh, that's the notification sounds like who's starting what here? All right. Okay. Okay, so just keep mining down here. Let my water instantly turn it back to obsidian. Okay. We're just slowly getting that all figured out. Thank you for the music. The silence is getting to be a little difficult. Okay, so we're just quickly going through, and we're just trying to get a decent amount. I'm not trying to get a ton. It used to be it was only used for the nether portals, but I just see with the icon being the enchanting table, it's like, okay, clearly it's used for the enchanting table as well. so let's start with that. One second, let's back off real quick. I see that there's a hole up there. Switch you to this. Just trying to be fast about it. Okay. We got the goods and we're just getting out of here. Well, rip my water. Imagine if you had 2 buckets. Missed one. That checks out. I also should probably get a second bucket so I can pick up a bucket of lava, because I remember you use that for a bunch of different things too. I think you can actually use the bucket of lava as fuel for your furnace, and it lasts for a very long time if I remember correctly. That could have been a mod, though. That said, it seems like I haven't seen the redstone torches, so it seems like the bedrock version I might not be able to do as much redstone stuff. Who knows? Like I said, it could be that there's like a redstone bench or something I gotta unlock or whatever. We're still learning, still figuring stuff out. And all that good stuff. Alright, so let's go here. Okay, so first, chuck you in the box. Chuck the redstone in the box. Alright, so what did we get new on our list? Not much I'm seeing here. We have the enchanting table. So the enchanting table is 2 diamonds. Okay, we need a book, which means I need leather. We also got a cauldron, which I assume is going to be for cooking. We have a campfire. Oh, what are you? Okay. And then here we got a bunch of stuff like black concrete and all that. Yeah, so I think we want to save it for the enchanting table, so let's plan to do that. Oh, we got a spider eye. Oh, not this table. You won't happen to tell me anything, will you? Okay, so tool goes there. We'll have to figure that out later. Is there a way to make leather? Yeah, so I just walk up to an adorable little animal, and then I smash it in the face with a sword. It has to be adorable, though, otherwise you get really poor quality leather. Nah, it's... You kill stuff like cows or whatever. Drop you off for now, drop you off. Okay. think I might be harvesting those too early. Let's let them grow longer. And see if there's like another whole phase. Okay, so there's stuff I need up here. What was it? We're working on the wheat. We got the sugar cane and all that. Down below we've got our obsidian. Right, I needed leather, so we need to go find a cow or something of that nature to utterly and ruthlessly murder for its sweet, sweet flesh. And I know we saw a cow over here not too long ago. There you are. Second bucket. That's not a cow. That's a sheep. So it gave me mutton. Where was the cow I saw? Pretty bird. Okay. So we are looking for critters. Hey. Give me your pork chops. Sheep. Did you just give me bamboo? Okay, that's fair. They did make the pandas utterly worthless for murdering. No. No, Enderman. What am I looking at here? Okay, give. So it's like the beginnings of an ender portal, which it's curious, because part of me is like, ow. Part of me is like, okay, does that mean this is a specific spot that is a good place to build an ender portal? Take the existing portal location and put it to our own use? Or is it just like generically it's just a place that spawned? And don't answer that. Guess the bamboo forest isn't gonna do me good. I'm just gonna get caught up on all these trees. What are you? Oh, pumpkins? Is that pumpkins down there? Got some adorable birds. Can you tame pandas, make a ferocious panda army? No idea. I know you can, like, feed animals and bring them home and have more of those. Have portals are so tempting. Yeah, no, it'd definitely be a thing I could see poking the nether through that area. Yeah, no, at first when I saw the pumpkins as well, I was like, what am I looking at down here? Is that like it's a bear? Is that a cow? Like, what is that? And it's like, oh no, those are just straight up pumpkins. That's fine. Okay. I say I never killed one, so there's no way of me knowing if it gave me leather or not. The answer was no, so there's no real need for me to kill more of them. Alright. I had the science to know if I could... I mean, pandas. The last one didn't give me leather. There's no reason I should expect the next one to give me leather. But I'm sorry, pandas. Yep, so pandas aren't going to give me anything I need. Hi, sheep. And I know we're going to get caught out here at night. My plan is when that happens to do the all-time classic to protect yourself of dig hole in wall. Little puppy thing. Oh, crap. So for right now, throw those in the ground. We have another partial nether portal here. Have you considered the expert strategy of getting good? No, I didn't think about that one. And check out the Ensign, our fantastic content creator. Doing some Baldur's Gate 3 recently. So if you're into that, you can definitely find it over there. Also does like, has done stuff like Coral Island and all that. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. But absolutely fantastic. Fire charge. What are you doing with giving me all these things I don't have room for? Okay. So the chest itself I can actually get easy enough. Wheat seeds, that we can get easy enough. So give me those. Give me these. String, give me the shovels. Give me the bamboo. Alright. So not seeing any leather-worthy creatures nearby. Oh, hey, buddy. Wait, what? Oh, that's bad. Okay. It's fine. So we got a magma fire charge. We got some pretty cool weapons here and all that stuff. We got a bunch of iron nuggets. We got we can actually get golden legs of fire protection. Some shovels and all that. Let's rearrange our inventory for a minute. Yeah, it's fine. Here, we need to clean up inventory space. Alright, so the real challenge is being able to tell what time of day it is. Yeah, I was kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, I might be able to just run home in time. The answer was no. Okay. Do you know where home is? Yeah, if we hold up our map, home is bottom left corner, basically. So I'm facing towards home right now. It's just not right in front of me. The big thing is I've got that weird manta ray thing. That causes us grief. But with all the wool here, I probably could make a bed. And with that, we can sleep through our nights a little bit better. You can spend the night shoveling home with our collective shovels. You're not wrong. Honestly, well, I mean, we'd hit the river and that'd be a whole thing. Oh, sorry. I was gonna check one thing on... Yeah, so if I try and alt-tab, whatever. I'm gonna check one thing on the other screen real fast to see some stuff, but looks like alt-tabbing the game caused it to, pause, which is probably the safe bet considering I've opened up an exit. I'd like to bait out the flying thing to see if I can't kill it what it's worth to me. It is starting to lighten up. Has our Minecraft changed so much since you last played? I mean, to be fair, the game's been around for a long time now. It's not super surprising over the last like 10-15 years that it's had at least some changes. Alright, so it's almost sunrise. Okay. Oh, you stupid thing there. I was even watching for it, being like, alright, we'll just... lay low for a minute. It's almost daytime, I believe. Oh, there's more than one. Not like this. No! Not like this! Oh, creeper! Well, that's that. Ah. And permadeath run has died. I was like, it's almost daytime. It'll be fine. I got there. It's like, is that like a eclipse or whatever? Like, what am I looking at? What am I looking at here? And then it kept being dark, and it's like, okay, well, the one hits me every once in a while. That's not going to be too bad. I don't know if it's because I didn't sleep for that much longer, but it did seem to continue to escalate and all that kind of stuff. And all of that there. Let me check one thing. Gotcha. Let me check one thing real fast, chat, before we mess with anything else. First, did we finish all the obligations? I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah, so we, yeah, I'm pretty sure with that, it's all sorted out, so far as the sponsor segment. Let me check one thing real fast. You might hear an echo real quick. Okay, never mind. Cool. I was just checking because I had a message and all that stuff. The game said we gave him too much time to the world. Delete. Yeah, no, honestly, that went pretty well overall, considering I haven't played in 10-15. We want to see you die in Minecraft again. Oh yeah, no, it wasn't that. It's the thing I was checking real fast was yeah, let's see. No problem. If you do bring it up, let me know. Okay. I had a message about potentially collabing some Minecraft. And it was like, okay, you know, wanted to see a thing. Alright, so with that said, we can go ahead and, yep. So we made it 12 days. So we're gonna go ahead and create a brand new world, because I don't think I want to start up a completely different game tonight. So we'll just keep doing what we're doing in Minecraft. But I was also checking, like, we're past the sponsored segment, all that kind of stuff, which is not surprising. Like, I noticed our numbers drop back down to normal and all that stuff. Will we survive better this time? Difficulty. Hard. Hardcore. And advanced. Let's see. Show days past. We can go ahead and get that. Rual has trouble. I mean, For what it's worth, I feel pretty good about the fact that we did go for basically 5 hours, having not played in 10, 15 years or whatever, before we took a death. We had a couple of close calls, and it's those, whatever those flying manta ray things, are kind of the new kid on the block for me, that I did not realize they would multi-spawn and gang up on you, which makes sense, that's fair. And then people had mentioned it was related to you sleeping or not. Okay, this is certainly a very different environment than we had the last one. Okay. I'll bite. Yeah, the mountain is sick. And the coal way up there. The thing I'm now debating in my head is, do we go diggy diggy hole dwarf mountain base kind of thing? Or do I go the other way where we do like on the ice, like little wooden igloo kind of, well, I mean a wooden igloo is not an igloo, but a little wooden base kind of on the ice kind of deal. One thing that will be cool. Alright, be cool. Be cool. Ah, you're not cool. That's half my health in one hit just about. Assuming I don't die, I will eat you later, bears. What is going on with the World Gen way over there? Yeah, look who won that became prime quality leather later. Exactly. Oh, this is kind of cool. So it's a glacier. That's kind of neat. I don't really know. Oh, you've got a tiny bit of water sitting on you. Yeah, no, it's cool. Unfortunately, the problem here is there ain't anything for me to eat. There's no trees. There's ice. And then polar bears. If I can find just a little bit of wheat or whatever, I just realized we were in serious danger. The reason we're in serious danger is as we heal, it does take my hunger down. And we're in hard mode. Where if my hunger bottoms out, I start taking damage. Which makes me hungrier. Which means I take more damage. You get where this is going. So we have an urgent need for something I could shove in my gaping maw. When I killed you before... Rabbit hide. Okay. I was hoping for something more edible than that. Sorry, chicken. I need your delicious body. I just realized I can't cook you yet. I need stone. Means I need a bunch of things. This is not looking like a very promising start. Okay, so we need to get ourselves a pickaxe. Then we need to dig down. That's right, so we'll go boom, 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 boom. Grab you. No, I very much doubt it. Keep in mind, at its heart, Minecraft is not a... Like, it's a survival craft in the fact that there's hunger, but it's always been very tame on that regards. It's not intended on being, like, some particularly sweaty, challenging kind of thing where... Even... Because, like, you looked at the hard mode I did a minute ago. I mean, we're doing it again. Like, even this is going relatively fine. Like, it looks like even though we are slowly draining our hunger as we're healing, it is extremely slowly. I can't just eat a... Yeah, I can't just eat the pumpkin straight up. Make yellow dye, cool and all. We can make sugar. Cool and all. We can make paper. We can make pumpkin pie if we get eggs. Would you mind your business? Okay, so just need to get down here long enough to snag like 8 or 9 stone. All right. That doesn't work for that, apparently. Okay, so we need to go down here and get regular stone. Okay, that looks like regular stone over there. Okay. Pumpkins are the worst food? Yeah, because there's a whole process to go through. Because you gotta make it into pumpkin pie. Okay, so let's get over here. Thank you for feeding me. Thank you for feeding me. Okay, I need wood. Okay. So I'm gonna try and quickly make some charcoal. Give me that apple. All right. We're gonna cook what we can real fast. Can sticks be burned? I'm not aware of that. Okay. So we just want to try and get this going as quickly as we can. And then I'm thinking we are going to go and make our home in the giant ice spire area. It's a terrible place to do it, I think. But it is interesting. Yes, we'll take that one back. Take the black wool back. Take you back. Grab our crafting stuff. So we've learned the lesson that polar bears hit like a truck. And approach them with caution. You suck. You suck so much. You're terrible. Well, we'll just mulligan that because that, Yep, we definitely did not get that. So, last one went well. Alright. Yeah, no, because I wasn't sure if I had a suspicion the polar bears might attack, but I was like, okay, they seem to be being chill, and then the one hit me for over, like, it wasn't over, it was almost half my health. And yeah. Alright. So we got all this kind of stuff. Cool. The baby bears get extreme. Yep, alright. So I like the idea of saying there's like some woolly pigs here. Okay, so I got another frozen mountain out in the distance. We're kind of in a boreal tundra and all that. So I'd like to kind of make my way over there. The heck are you? Are you just... Okay, you're just kind of like marshy, old growth dirt. I guess you're just light moving down the side of that. Go ahead and knock down a tree really quick and get our, like, stone tools. But I'm kind of thinking we set up wherever on all that, we can go ahead and, see what we can make. That's not that much, unfortunately. Just trying to quickly get a bunch of tools made. Alright. It's called Podzol. You think of it as a forest floor where grass doesn't grow. Yeah, because it's one of those things that in a lot of forests, the soil actually ends up being very low in nutrients since it is all the trees and all there gobbling it all up. Okay, just wanted enough stone that we could get that going. I've lost track of where those mountains were. So the only downside if I were to build up here is unless there's like a pool of water up here for us, growing stuff would be kind of a pain. Obviously, once we get like an iron bucket, it's not a big deal. We can bring stuff where we need to bring it. But until we're at that stage. Oh, there's a little village over there. Yeah, so basically looks like we got kind of this hilly, mountainous, snow biome here that goes pretty far out there. And we got a village down here. Ow. Hello, free coal. Okay. This means I won't have to burn as much wood. Pretty good coal vein. Give myself a couple extra pieces of stone. Interesting, the ground in the village. And they have an adorable cat. Yeah, so there's nothing interesting with those first two houses. We got a house down there. Got a big golem thing up here.
Huh?
Oh, I didn't actually expect you to respond. Okay, so you'd give me... If we got wheat... Okay. So if I start growing wheat, I could exchange it for emeralds at the village. There's a ton of hay bales there. I'm assuming they'll get upset with me if I just tear up all their crops. I might still do it anyways and just run away. They've got a stone saw. Alright, so this is interesting enough. So, what we can try doing... Is there water nearby here I can get at? Ow. Not really. Looks like we're like really up here in the mountains. So let's... If I take your hay, are you going to go full homicidal on me? Okay, don't worry about that. Just waiting for the golem to go run up to me and start smashing my face in because I'm tearing apart stuff in the village. Where was the other farm? Because one farm was mostly fully grown, and the other one was barely along the way. And our house way down there. Let's see, unsure if it was then. Do you remember snowmen? No, I don't. Being a thing in Minecraft. Okay. Alright, so it's getting pretty late in the evening that we're gonna probably get caught out here. So it's interesting, the idea of potentially taking advantage of the fact that I can sell stuff to the village for my own purposes. And it gives me a source for food. All right. Thank you, local cat, for murdering all things and allowing me to steal all the goodies. Oh, wait. Why am I unable to move? Oh, there is temperature. Crap. Okay. So walking in the snow does cause problems. That's kind of disappointing, actually. I was thinking, it's like, okay, I'll put my house on the ledge overlooking the town. But being that I have the risk of just falling through everywhere for the snow, kinda sucks. I'm gonna get myself a brand new house. Well, one villager down. Let me in your home. Hey, buddy. You're cool if I stay the night, right? Because, you know, that's happening now. One villager down just means it's an extra bed, if you ask me. Well, it does make me wonder if at any point the villagers will ever, like, replace their population. So, like, or if it's a thing that you will slowly burn down the population as, you know, villagers unfortunately get caught out. Now, as a reminder, there's almost certainly not going to be a stream tomorrow. I do have in-laws who are going to be visiting for about a week. So that's part of the reason why when the sponsorship for this came up, even though they were like, oh, you can do it anytime in the next week, I'm like, no, I'm doing it tonight. My schedule after tonight, I don't know what it's going to be for the next week. I do know we do have one day that I have two more games that are going to be sponsoring the channel. We're going to be doing Necesses, I believe it's this 1.1 update. And then there's a game called Minos, which is sort of a, you're a minotaur in the center of a maze, and you build the maze out, and you get traps and all that, and your goal is to take down the heroes trying to kill you. Well, I guess, while we wait on this, I'm gonna quickly mute my mic, and I'm gonna eat my dinner real fast while we're waiting for the sun to rise. Alright, so I'll be back in just a minute. It was soup. It was beef and barley. Hey man, does it? Yeah, I understand you sleeping with your eyes open at night as you just listen to certain death just outside your window. That you're just like, please hold the door. Please hold the door. Just don't come inside here. Please. I'm begging you. So you want beetroot for emeralds, and you're willing to give me bread for emeralds. Then we can do the pumpkin and all that. Flashbacks to Project Zomboid when the zombies broke into the gas station. Yeah. There's so many of them out there. I see at least 4. There's the 3 here, and there's another one down there. Remember years ago that the number of doors would determine the number of villagers. Well, the creeper I don't believe will walk up and just explode the wall for, like, no discernible reason. Alright, one second, let me go ahead and close this tab thing over here. I don't need that anymore, it's just distracting me. Okay. But yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm trying to check on some of these messages that have been getting sent during the stream around stuff potentially we could be doing with the game and all that. Just want to make sure I'm not missing out where, like, some of the others I've been doing stuff with might be, like, booting up a server or something like that. Okay. Yeah, just checking a couple things. Alright, so the sun should be up soon. So with the fact that you can, like, build up the town as an interesting idea, that does kind of give us an interesting, like, okay, what if we just started building up the neighborhood? Like, adopt a town. To give us something to work on. Would you all start burning out there? You also got a skeleton down below. This is what you typically do, it's fun. Yeah, no, I could see that. That said, I don't anticipate doing a ton of time of Minecraft on the channel. Minecraft's fun and all that. Okay, so you two are too close to the wall. Oh! Well. Didn't even realize the creeper was out there the whole time. Creepers suck. All that waiting inside, too, just to step outside and immediately get exploded. We'll turn the multiplayer stuff off. Okay, and that's all fine. And we're on the permadeath hard. That's also part of the reason I'm doing, like, the permadeath. Like, honestly, if we were going to be doing a ton of this on the channel, I would be way more cautious with a lot of this. Early run, I might be a little bit more bold because you don't have anything to lose when you first start. Well, that's a cool biome over there with all the, I'm assuming those are cherry blossom trees. Like, honestly, just seeing all these new biomes is certain... Hello, Abyss. I can see from here we got iron, we got coal, we got copper. Got more coal down there. Now, part of me likes the idea of, like, adopt a town, go with that. But yeah, no, I'm enjoying the Minecraft. I wonder, I don't think it's a thing that... I think it's a thing people would enjoy watching me play as a one-off. Minecraft is tricky because Minecraft is a very, very saturated category on Twitch. There is a ridiculous number of people who stream Minecraft. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Just that it's a very competitive category. Plus, it requires me to be creative, and, you know, creativity's hard. So we got like a plain down there, we got some rolling hills over here. We've got the cherry blossoms over there. I'm kind of low-key now in the being like, you know, let's see if we can make a village happen. Now that said, I have no concept of how rare, spread out, or whatever. Those are some terrifyingly large bees. It's rare. That's a bit of a bummer. Because I don't know about nowadays. I know in the past, like traveling around the map in Minecraft was never particularly fast. You've never heard the bees described like that? I mean, you look at they're like a small dog. It's like that is a terrifyingly large bee. Oh, there's a village right there. You lucky. My luck will be like an abandoned. Well, I mean that village looks fine. I did briefly when before stream that I booted it up just to make sure everything ran okay. And I did vaguely notice that I had a village, but there was no villagers, like all the buildings were damaged, and then there was zombies inside instead. Okay. So I'm going to steal all your hay. It's my hay now. Abandoned village are pretty rare. Yeah, no, I didn't check it out very long. Okay, so you want carrots. We got a lot of pigs. Okay, so this village is a bit bigger, but I'm noticing they have a lot of life. Never mind, there's the... These are my carrots, you can't have them. Okay. So I'd be able to trade those for bread. And I'm assuming we'd end up with other villagers who have other things they can do. So I'm checking out now. So you'd give me redstone, and later on I could get the lapis lazuli. Okay, you'd also accept carrots and all that. You think the drops are bugged after Steam jumped a few times around? Logged in, no idea. Unfortunately, I have no way of checking all this. Go away, chickens. I'm not actually trying to feed you. You can only sleep at night or during thunderstorms. Interesting. Okay, so I think this is where we're going to live now. I can give them some emeralds for a bucket of cod. Okay, so all the farmers have the same thing. So where do we want to live relative to the village? Because I don't want to be like right in the middle of the village and all that. Because I don't want to. Because I noticed one of the zombies when it attacked that one villager and killed it, the villager also became a zombie. Oh, we have another gaping abyss. We do have water over here. So that might be... Alright. You like to create a wall around the village, and in one corner set a house? Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's kind of leaning towards trying to handle where we could get water. I think I was going to put it over by the water, but I'm worried that gaping abyss. I'm going to get into a fight with something, and that'll be the end of it, as I'll go right into that gaping abyss, and that'll be all she wrote. Alright. So unfortunately, I'm actually starving because of some damage. Well, we're not starving yet, but because of some damage we took. Can I just straight up eat you? Yeah, not for much nutrition, but it's at least something. Okay. So tonight I think we just camp out here. Man, that's not a bad idea. Put our house on the corner of town. Put like some level of protection of town. You know what? This is actually perfect. So you can put our house right here at this intersection. Right here. That goes outside of town. And we could start to like build up a wall around town. It gives us room to expand the town if we so wish. Alright. It does make me curious, as the town expands, if it'll, like, you know, assign someone. I don't know what the roles are, because we saw that there was the farmers, and there's the other person. I don't know if he was a blacksmith or a miner or what he was supposed to be. Like, whatever his role is. You know, it makes you curious if it would be a, if, like, as you add villagers, occasionally one of them would be assigned a role. Ah, got you. Right, so you're saying, like, if I build a house, and a person moves into the house, and say I add, I'm gonna say an anvil, I don't think there's an anvil in game, but say an anvil or whatever, someone might be assigned then to have that. Okay. Smoker, barrel, etc. Gotcha. Interesting. Get our setup of our first tools going. Okay, so what am I missing? Shovel. Oh, we got seeds. Leaf litter. Drop out the wildflowers. Let's see, blast furnace, butcher. Oh, geez, there are a ton in there. Interesting. That's those things like, I don't see an organic way you figure that out while playing. Okay, so we can go either way we need as we need food. So let's go ahead and break up one of you. That gives me a little bit of food if I need it. You can see the things in the spawn villages and try to figure out from them. Yeah, so you basically copy their houses. I guess that makes sense. You got a creeper right there. Yeah, so I can see, like, slowly taking the village, building up a wall around it, putting a moat on the other side of the wall. Just a silly nonsense like that. Make sure we have lighting in the village to reduce the number of enemies that spawn inside the village. Is there things we need to make while we're looking at all this? Okay, so we've got the crafting table. Beetroot soup. If we make a bowl. Block of emerald. So we can make our entire... We could make ourselves have, like, an emerald home. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. That's all fine. That's all fine. Yeah, so the big thing is when we get to the next day, I'm going to run out the door, just like straight line run out for a while, and then turn around. So that way, like, if there's a creeper right outside the door, I can just bolt away from it. Because that's what got me in trouble last time, is like, okay, I know the like, because the zombie's right there, it's like, okay, I'll go out there. I backed up to fight the zombies and backed up into the creeper that I didn't know was there. Let's see, the block of X just feels like a way to bask in your wealth. Yeah. Or you're trying to do something aesthetic that, you know, you want that specific block. Okay. And the terrain's a bit jacked up here. So there's going to be places where I'll probably go in and smooth out where, like, not just flatten it all, but, like, we have, like, the big dip in the ground. You'll need a tree farm? Probably. We'll probably start growing a forest outside the compound's walls or whatever. Like I said, I'm going to use this road as my demarking where we're going to live. We'll just take that little T in the road. I'll put myself on the corner, and then we'll put the wall behind where I'm building the house. And start to enclose the space and all that. It's also interesting with them having all the animals that I could see, you know, making it a point to go through and kill the, like, not all of the animals, but go into, like, one of the pens that's full of pigs and kill all but, like, 2 or 3 pigs and go to the next one, repeat the process. Because I'm assuming by the nature of how it works that the pigs will breed. I don't know if I have to feed them every day or how that works. If so, that's not a big deal. We'll just need to expand the farmland. Yeah, only if you feed them? Yeah, I figured that's probably the case. So one thing I can do... I'm not a big fan of these trapdoors right here. Oh, there's water there? Never mind. Okay, keep that. Because that means I've got... Effectively, I could grab the water from that spot again and again with a bucket. And then basically I've got safe wire. It's the Fishman house? Gotcha. And I long since lost track of the creeper that was over there. Yeah, and as, like, it's been fine that you've been giving the information, but, let's not spoil everything, though. I don't mind that stuff, because, like, the village, for example, a lot of that feels like stuff that would not be very intuitive to figure out. You just have to grind out, like, just rebuilding buildings, or even the fact that you could build up the population, is one of those things that, broadly speaking, the game doesn't really... Yeah, get him, Golem! Get him! Get those... Wow, you're terrible, Golem. You're downright bad, Golem. You fought a zombie and you lost. Whoa, we got a zombie on horseback over there? We got... that must be the wizard that people mentioned. There's another wizard. Yeah, I did notice there was a setting that's like turn raid's on or off, and I just left it on. I was like, okay, does that mean we get attacked? Which I think would be fine. Could you not? No soliciting. No soliciting. Be on your way. Okay. No creeper right on my tail. No, villager! Villager, no! A copper helmet of protection. Alright. And he does want to get kind of like where we're going to start building our home in. Let's go 2 wider this way. Because I gotta remember there's going to be outer walls and all that. Startled myself. Okay. So we're not going to settle just for any old trees. Oh, you put those into the offhand. I Demand cherry blossoms. I think those are up here. Or that could have been my last map. 50-50 on that one. I think it's my last map. I will settle for less. I was gonna go and, like, grab the cherry blossom trees and basically chop a bunch of them down, get the sproutlings, start growing them down here, with the intent of making, like, a fancy town. But I think that actually might have been the last map, not this one. It's listening, you have to go farther? Oh, okay. Was that the right direction, though? That's the question. Oh, right, was it on the other side of the forest? Because I'm down to run over here, because it wouldn't take many. We would knock down a couple of them, rip up the actual branches. Because we rip up the branches. Not sure about the direction. Yeah, we can run up to this hill, take a little peek. So I think this is the side we approach the village from, because I think I cut through these woods. Check the map. I don't have a map. In Minecraft, the map is an item. I mean, there's probably also mods and settings that might get you a map, but... Okay. Oh, I think that's it right there. I think you're right. Yeah, okay, we're good. Let's run over here. Get ourselves a couple of those. So I am noticing if I sprint, I actually go through my hunger relatively quick. Yeah, I would not say the I'm always right unless my wife is by or whatever. Just generally as a partner, like... You know, I don't think I'd want to be around someone who had to be right. I think, honestly, most of the couples I know, it's the guy who'll swear up and down is right until, you know... Until their wife is like, no, I have the receipts if we want to go through it. And then, you know, they end up being right. But yeah, that's not the thing I'd want to be around, someone who's like the person who has to be right. I'll go ahead and grab this coal since it's right here. Now, we don't only want some of the, yeah, that's actually a very fair point, is I should grab my, like, at least enough coal for a smelter, but probably an extra, you know, 5, 10, 11 coal or whatever, to make sure I got enough for a couple of stone tools and whatnot. I'm not super worried about having a ton of stone, because I'm sure wherever I build my house, I will almost certainly go through and make a basement or whatever. And then usually I'll have, like, whatever my area to go down below and mine and get materials and all that. We'll be down there as well. And 2 more. Nice even 32, so half a stack. Okay. Hello, lovely cherry blossom trees. I mean, they're just cherry trees. I'll do that in a minute. Okay. Gonna grab what we can, but pretty soon we're gonna have to work our way back. Did they actually drop cherries? No idea. Okay, so let's yoink you. I do love that they have like the falling petals. Okay, so we got at least 1 cherry sapling. Okay. That's 4, 5. Oh, there's another piece of wood there. Been just trying to really quickly get what saplings I can out of the one tree. Okay, and it looks like we're going to be camping out here tonight. Let's go ahead and get that started. Doesn't the sword make it faster? I thought it was the axe, but we can check. It does. Yeah, as you can see, I'm trying to just get a bunch of these saplings and all that. I've kind of accepted we're not getting home before things start spawning and this place gets dangerous. No. Okay. That was not part of the plan. What I was trying to do was make it so there's a gap. Well, rip me. I was trying to just get in the wall and just drop it. I didn't see the little small one. Ah, I overstated. I even knew I should have backed off sooner. I'm getting greedy and it's making it way worse than it needs to be. Okay. Well, that was my plan, is I was going to dig in. To be clear, what I was trying to do there is I was trying to dig in the wall just a little bit. And then make it so that on the other side there's like a two tile drop. That way when I went to leave the cave, I didn't have to worry about something standing at the door. And I just stayed up too late working on that. Alright, so let's run around here, because I do like the idea of the village. We got kind of a safari thing. I'm a little disappointed with that, because I liked the idea of making our home with the cherry blossom. Okay, well there's copper and coal up here. Like making our little thing. Yeah, no, I just overstayed. If I would have gone and taken the time to very quickly get that done earlier, we would have been fine. And you saw when I realized, like, oh, I need to already have this thing built, I was trying to get in there. And I think if it just been the big zombies, we probably would have been fine. But that little one forcing me to turn to face down to it, then they look back up at the other zombies. I kind of got myself stuck in there. It didn't help that my sword also broke right at the same time. I don't think that made that big a difference, though. Okay. Let's grab you. Oh, it's the tree dissolving. That's fine. Okay. Alright. Yeah, now we'll get the stone tools going. So get a couple of extras. Okay. We've learned that I can't do that. That's fine. When it was taking a while, I was like, am I making a mistake in continuing to mine this? And the answer was yes. I'm figuring I'm just going to grab a bunch of the surface ore. Because they happen to be on a tile that looks like someone just cut off the top of a mountain. And I still like the idea of seeking out a village to adopt. But yeah, I can definitely see the allure of adopting a village, because otherwise, you know, you're just kind of doing your own thing out in the world. But the idea of being able to, like, grow a little village, even though, like, I'm not too worried about the value I can extract from it or yada yada, it's something to give you a purpose beyond, I just made a thing to make a thing, which is totally fine, by the way. Okay. You must have subjects to rule. Dang straight. Well, on the bright side, I'm going to be good on coal for a little bit here. Yeah, because part of the reason I don't want to build early on until we locate a village is just the... Now you're wasting your time. Nah, that's fine. I'm gaining XP. There's something over there. I'm not gonna worry about that coal way over there. There's more coal there, so that's more copper. How much coal do I have? Alright, I'll grab 4 more. And that is 1 full stack of coal. Iron way up there. And over there. That looks like just 1 piece, but there's some iron up here we'll grab. Yeah, no, where this is like a bisected mountain and all that. Seems like a good enough place to check. It's actually one of those things that's a little bit of a shame when you're playing Vintage Story is that you can find ore just like poking through the surface in these areas like we're finding here. But broadly speaking, they're usually pretty garbage. I think that 1 tile up there I'm going to ignore. Kill the piggy for meat. It's not a terrible idea. Like, honestly, they're probably going to be... Okay. Never mind. They can have the pig. It's their pig. Enjoy your pig. It's interesting. It used to be right-click you could block with your sword, if I remember correctly. Ooh. Have to disassemble portal. No hide. That's fine. That's a little baby pig. So I've got what looks like jungle over that way. Taking that gold block. Still alive, I see. Well, that's embarrassing. I guess I had to have a iron tool for that. Glistening melon slice. Yeah, we'll definitely pretend that we didn't go from 1 run that lasted 5 hours to like 3 back-to-back deaths. Start moving over this way. Yeah, no, I'm thinking the same thing. Let's just get over to this hill right over here. I'm gonna dig myself a little hole in the wall. Then you can camp out for the night. Okay. So we got some goodies in here. So the first thing I could do... So we've got that. And honestly, with here, let's go ahead and burn our wood pickaxe. Just getting ourselves a bit more of this stuff. Okay. Yeah, no, that's the thing. We can make a bunch of stuff. So we got you. The one and only catch here is I can't see what the situation is outside to know when daylight's coming. That was actually the reason I wanted to set up the other thing I'd mentioned. Alright. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. And I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. Right, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna process the copper. Like I said, I'm just gonna go ahead and smash down the wall here for a little bit to get us a stack of cobblestone. That way, when we get to the other side, I've just already got cobblestone. It's also to get rid of the wood pickaxe, since it's a wood pickaxe. It's kind of garbo. All right. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and smack the last one there. Oh. You also got a light-weighted pressure plate, a glistening melon. Trying to get so I can see when it's daylight. There's a light source down there. Yeah. The question is, will the rain ease up? Yeah, there's definitely a light source down there that we'll want to check. Sorry, I didn't mean to bang the light. It could be like a pool of lava. It could be a good couple different things. As he's bringing the dirt and things. You drop it, you smash him with a sword. Rude. Yeah, so I've got some glistening melon. Which feels like that's something that should have, like, an extra benefit or something. Let's interrupt the copper long enough to get the other food done. Because that copper's going to take longer than the rest of this will. Yes, I'm pretty sure it's still nighttime. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think we need to worry about that. So, do you know about the wooden fence? Makes decent jury-rigged window. Oh, yeah. No, that's fair. I probably should do that so we don't... Because I've been trying... Like, you'll notice I keep backing around the corner when I'm not... You know, I'm bringing up menus or whatever. It's that way I don't catch arrows to the face. Because, yeah, no, we can put, like, a fence there or something like that. Would also work. Also something way out there. Yeah, because I figure we've got the coal. We'll just keep processing the copper and keep processing all this stuff while we wait. Get these 2 units of iron that we managed to grab. Don't be enough for anything too substantial. Iron sword, that is fair. I was thinking in my head eventually I'd want a bucket and all those, but yeah, no, an iron store would not be a bad call. I mean, one thing we probably should do is just make ourselves a stone sword now. Let's go ahead and grab... Yeah, no, I could definitely make the copper sword. From me, I'm assuming with the copper sword as opposed to the stone sword. So, like, that's got an attack of 5, that's got an attack of 5. I'm assuming the benefit is the durability. That it's kind of same damage as the stone sword, but it's got the higher durability bonus. And did I pick up a helmet on this one? Yeah, so I picked up a helmet already. We'll go chest, pants, and boots. Chest, Pants. Boots. Because bad armor's better than no armor. Okay, nothing else we care about so much here. Should has to be iron? Probably. Oh, that just needs more planks. It's only one iron unit for that. But it just needs more planks to be made. Okay. It's daytime, but still raining, and I still hear a lot of bad stuff behind me. There's definitely a creeper up here somewhere. I definitely hear a creeper. There's the creeper. Because waiting for the sun, the creeper doesn't care. So we saw light out in the distance over this way. Yeah, it's a pool of lava. Cool. Just in case wherever I go doesn't have it. Let's grab the cherry blossom trees, because I want to build out of those. Left the resources? Nope. I grabbed them. The moment the creeper showed up, I smashed all my boxes and I grabbed everything. Just in the off chance it exploded the entrance and I had to make a run for it, I figured I'd just grab things and be ready to rock and roll. Yeah, you see, like, I've got my copper and all that. So we're gonna go up here, knock down at least one of these trees real fast. Okay. And I didn't make a spare axe. Let's go ahead and while we wait for that to quickly disassemble itself. Okay. Cool, so rain's all done. That's what, 5? 10 saplings. That's way more than I need to get my own thing started someplace else. Alright, let's move on. Aw, man, if we could get a village, like, right in the middle of all this. It's got areas that get low enough that there's water. It's got the overhanging cherry trees everywhere. It'd be such a lovely place. Sadly, it does not appear meant to be. Got hills with waterfalls over there. Are that lucky to get a second? You mean a third? Because we had one that we spawned practically in it. We had another one where I just had to go over like one hill, and then this would be the third one. You know what? Give me them chops. Now when I end up getting stuck someplace, we can cook those up. It seems like running does use hunger. There we go. That's a little bit of a rough village, but that's fine. Yeah, it sounds like you can actually... What are...
Huh?
Okay. Oh, you'll pay me for murder. I like you. Yeah, I was just sitting here thinking, with this village, it's a cool looking village. Oh, my inventory's absolutely full.
Huh?
The underground home, complete with copper in the back wall. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you to give me your things. It's the tax for existing.
Huh?
Yeah, and that with all those tunnels there, they're gonna absolutely get attacked constantly. Ooh, what are you?
Huh?
Okay, you'll give me... So you got clay and brick and all that stuff. That's cool. Yeah, this one's gonna take a bit of an effort. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we've got the cobble, but is there something I want with the cobble here? Chiseled stone floors. You know what? Let's just make the whole stack into it. Yeah, this will be an interesting one to figure out how I want to approach it. Is there something we don't care about? There's probably a lot of things we don't care about. We'll worry about stealing all their hay and all that later. Yeah, there's so many nightmare places. There are gonna be all sorts of stuff spawning in. This is gonna be a project village to make both safe from spawns and safe from the villagers falling to their deaths and being able to reasonably navigate. That's a lovely home. Setting a respawn when we're in hardcore mode. Take this 2-story house? Well, realistically, I'm going to be making my own home. Okay. Oh, I see. Ow. You know what? We live here. We'll be the mountain hermit ruler. Okay, I guess I'll just take more coal. What are... Oh. Well, I just heard a door get knocked down. I'm assuming it's a door being knocked down. You're trolling the bridge? No, it's fine. They're not saying troll under the bridge in an insulting way. That one I don't mind. They're talking about a literal troll under the bridge. Yeah, I'm okay with that one. Okay. Yeah, no, it's all good. They have a golem, they'll be fine. I've seen the golem fight twice now since we played this today. Both times the golem got absolutely wrecked by a zombie. I thought in my head vaguely that golems were way more dangerous. It's definitely very different music than I'm used to hearing in Minecraft. I'm digging it. And for right now, we can chuck crafting stuff over there. There's a bunch of coal. Start smelting all that. All right. So I think the effort's going to go into a mix of dealing with my own living situation and food. And part of it's also going to be committed to trying to make it so the villagers' town is not an absolute utter death trap. We can make some boxes. Well, a box. So let's see here. We don't need the gunpowder, the flint right now. Take that. Chuck a bunch of the loose stone in here. We'll save the glistening melon. We probably won't need the plate. We won't need the fire charge right now. We'll keep the sugarcane on us in case we gotta do stuff with that. We got more coal. Also, put the spare coal in here for them. Well, actually, no, we won't. Get my torches made. Meanwhile, what we can also do is a shield. Yep, we can make a shield as well. Put the spare door here for right now. Okay, so we got some things we can snack on for a minute. Well, stuff we want to grow. Is there any other stuff I want to make out of the cherry blossom planks right now? I could genuinely make the walls cherry blossom walls. So that, like, you go in the place and it looks way nicer once you get in here. Honestly, probably not the bad play. Trapdoor. We'll probably want to do a trapdoor eventually, yeah. Right now I'm leaning towards building in, because we're building into a mountain. I'm leaning towards just kind of expanding into the mountain for the moment. Okay, so it's daylight. I can hear the enemies dying outside. Okay. Cool. We'll drop the lodestones and these off right now. Drop you off right now. Actually, as I say that, let's take one more moment. Okay, that'll be fine. Okay. Cherry fence windows. Yeah, we can get some stuff going on here. Okay, so they're all dying out there now. Okay, got a creeper on this side. Cool. Yeah, so what it'll eventually do is make it so this area here, we can kind of limit the areas enemies can get into it. Because if I do that, we can probably get into a better situation so far as not having to worry about stuff hitting me from any side they want. Okay, so let's go grab ourselves some stuff down here. Alright, and then we gotta fix this town. Okay. Okay, we can work on getting our emeralds and all that. Cool. Yeah, so that area needs to be torn out. There's a tunnel here that needs to be torn out. There's a tunnel there that needs to be torn out. That area down there looks relatively okay. Alright, let's see what the farmers want today. There's a tunnel there and there that need to be torn out. You want wheat. Poisonous potato, heck yeah. And you need lights down here, or you will die. So you want rabbit bits and all that? Alright, so maybe we start at the top of the hill and start fixing all of this stuff on the way down. Alright, because this is gonna be a straight up disaster here over time. So you want gunpowder. Which there's this is literally vanilla. No mods running whatsoever. Oh man, this is gonna be a weird town to not make another death trap. That's fine. Alright, let's start here. No weird ledge. Oh yeah, this is the Bedrock edition. Yep. So you want paper. Okay, that's where we live right now. Okay, so this works alright. We can go ahead and tear up this path a little bit more. Let's get ourselves... We'll deal with that in a minute. So I got all this. This is all looking fine. Got another weird ledge here we need to clean up. It's nice. By the way, they have closed caption on Bedrock 2. You can turn it on for the subtitles. Just like Java. Nice. Yeah, usually I have closed captions on the stream. So I wasn't sure if I should turn closed captions on in the game as well or not. Alright, so we've got all that nice and smooth there. Okay, so we've got this big tunnel over here. Let's start just by sealing up the cave. Excuse me, villager. Buddy. Hey, friend. Can I get you to come out here? No. Don't go in there. Actually, pork chops I could probably handle. Okay, let's close this off before any of the others decide to run in here. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is we're kind of adopting this village, and I'm trying to keep them from getting killed. So part of that is going to be going to these gaping holes in the wall that are going to let enemies spawn everywhere, like day and night, and get rid of those. And another part of it's going to be going and leveling out some of the more severe terrain areas where they could fall and hurt themselves. Okay, so I'll take care of that at least to prevent that from thing. So far, what do you think about Minecraft after 10 years? Nothing new? Oh, it's a totally different game. Like, the core game, like, mechanically is the same, but, like, there's so many different biomes. There's, like, all sorts of different functionality in the game that just wasn't even a thing back then. So, like, it's the same game in principle, but, like, past that, you know, there's so many biomes I don't recognize, there's enemies I don't recognize, there's mechanics that I don't recognize. Get wood for proper tools? I probably should, but I'm just kind of yoinking this up and I'm just trying to fill things in here. I'm more just trying to close this off real fast before things escalate. Okay, so we got that sealed up. Yeah, well, I need the wood for the handles. Okay. Another thing you can honestly do is for a lot of these ledges, I could let them be ledges later on, but take the time to build some stone fencing around them. Okay, so it's starting to get dark again. Alright, let's get back home. Yeah, I'm probably going to need to do some work as well on... I'm tearing up where they've got, like, the different colors of ground for, like, their paths and all that. I am probably going to need to go in there... to, you know, like, remake their paths after it gets destroyed. Let's see, you wonder what new biomes and items he has till now. Okay, so we'll have more of these to go. Alright, if we were to go and deal with the saw stuff, we could probably take some of the other things going on. So I've got the big stack of copper. And I need more sticks, which is on me. We got a bunch of the beetroot seeds and apples and all these kind of things. I can go back over here, chuck you in there, keep that churning away. All right. Let's get all this. All right. Okay, that punched through way faster than I thought it would. Let's see, people love backseating the... Yeah, no, it's people being passionate about the game. There's a lot of games that happens to, unfortunately. And it's like one of those things you understand, like the person's not meaning to backseat and all that kind of stuff. It's just really easy to do on accident. We're just like passionate. Like the one I actually had the worst problems with was Subnautica. I very much enjoyed Subnautica. It's the only game on the channel to date I had to like stop the entire stream and be like, okay, here, look. If you want to see me keep playing this, you all gotta stop. It got to that point. That's the only game I've ever had to do that. Because it was just one of those things that it just kept going and going and spoiling one thing after the other. I was like, alright. Yeah, Subnautica is excellent. But like, at its core, the big thing with Subnautica, a lot of that is, you know, discovery of your world. It is a static world that once you kind of learn it, that's that. You know the world. You cannot go back to the times beforehand. It's like such an incredibly well done, handcrafted world, though. Okay, so you're all done with that. Go ahead and start cooking the pork chops. So it's like my... Oh, no. I would definitely not put it near Minecraft. Like, Minecraft, to me, Minecraft I jokingly have referred to as, like, internet Legos. It's, you know, it's on your computer, you are doing a creative thing like Legos. Yeah, you can go and you can fight the enemies and all that, but that's at its core. Whereas I would argue Subnautica is very much an exploration game, that has a heavy basis around, it's an exploration game with a heavy basis around, like, you know, basic survival mechanics, that kind of thing. So very, very different experiences. Not that one's inherently better or worse. They're just very different kind of things. Like Valheim? The survival aspects I would say are more Valheim, but I would say Valheim is more Minecraft-esque than I would say Subnautica being, you know, the other way. Yeah, no, it's kind of its own thing. That's part of what makes it stand up so well. Got the pork chops. What I could probably do here is let's bring some of these cobblestone stacks with me. Because what I could do is start building some paths and all that kind of stuff. More like the forest? Yes. I would say it's more like the forest. The base building isn't as involved as the forest. And there's a lot more emphasis on the... like, the aesthetic is, the exploration. But yeah, no, I'd say a forest is a reasonable comparison. Less emphasis on, like, the combat side of things. Like, you'll have stuff attack you. But, like, you're not going to tangle with the Leviathans. You run from the Leviathans most of the time. But yeah, no, it's vaguely forest-esque. Not as edgy as the forest can be. The forest can get pretty edgy with the cannibals and all that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I was not expecting to poke through the wall and already be out the other side. Let's see, do you remember the first time you saw a Leviathan? You crapped your pants a little? I'm pretty sure there's a clip of it on the stream. I think it's like I think it's describing about the sea moth or whatever it was as being a glass bubble, and you just hear like the roar of the Leviathan, and I'm like, we're leaving now. Nope. Just turn and left. It's like I'm in the middle of describing this vehicle as a glass bubble, and this nightmare fuel of a sea creature is just doing its thing outside. By the way, the first time you read your name, you thought it was Rural Storge. Yep. You are not the first, nor the last who will read it that way. Probably today. It is a very, very common one. I forget what the phenomena is called, where you look at a word and you catch the first and last letter and the rough length of it, like visible length of it, and your eyes complete the word. It's that phenomena working against you. Okay. I don't think it's preconditioning. There's a very specific term with words when it does that. Preconditioning is similar. Oh yeah, no, the first time you hear the Leviathan scream and you're like, well. So unfortunately it's raining. What's interesting, for all the crews making noise out there, I was expecting trouble. That's more prevalent since schools stopped teaching phonics and just did whole world. The whole word. Yeah. I can also understand why they would do that as well. Because of how many, like, especially with, like, English, where half the time you learn to sound out the word, it's like, yeah, go ahead and chuck that in the bin, because every other word in English is like, yeah, well, this, you know how you're told that this syllable sounds like that? Yeah, but not with this word. Because, this word, we adopted from French, or this word we adopted from Spanish, or this word we adopted from, German, or whatever. And it's just, we're just a hodgepodge of so many languages as English. Is like, you know what? Just forget that there's rules. They don't apply like a third of the time anyways. The classic, the I before E except after C unless before N, and yada yada. Once your rule gets like a fourth exception, you're like, it's not a real rule. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Okay, so I'm checking for, is some of these... Hey! Hey! Leave my neighbors alone! Oh yeah, no, my comment being, it's like, there's a reason why they start being like, yeah, never mind the phonics teaching, because there's as many as exceptions as rules, that kind of a whole thing. Oh, hey, you know what? While I got you here, I don't have carrots for you. Go away. Oh, hey. Little baby. Little mildly horrifying baby. Ow. So I'd like to find is they have a saw in some of their houses. I'd like to snag, well, I mean, not even snag the saw. Use the saw. Oh, so you got a smoker in there, that's cool. I'd like to use the saw with all that cobblestone to, make some fences, make some stuff. Like, we'll see what we can come up with. Yes, you want paper. Have you checked out Starsend Island? Kind of Stardew Valley? I've looked at it. It looked really good. I haven't checked it out yet, because it is early access. I've been kind of in the okay, we'll wait for it to be more done kind of thing. But it is one that caught my attention. I'm like, yeah, that looks like it's probably a good one. Have I ever played Undertale? I have. It's been quite a while, but I have, you know, played Undertale, done the 3 endings. All that bit. Why is every step of this gargantuan ledge of death? Oh, okay, that's alright. There's a brewing station down there. Yeah, that's...
Huh?
Okay, and you want... bunch of our stuff. We already took all that. Alright, so this ledge has to go. I'm just gonna hurt myself on this ledge again and again. Oh, that's gonna be a tricky one with the cow right there, too. So what you try and do is smooth this out. So you take the top part off of here. I'm gonna level it from the other side there. What I'm trying to do is get rid of a bunch of these cliffs so that the villagers don't hurt themselves, and that we can also, you know, prevent where, like, down below during the day there's enough shade down there that they should be able to spawn. Why am I ruining nature? Because I need to protect the villagers from themselves. Heck, I need to protect them myself from it. Okay. That's gonna take a lot of work to get that to not be cursed. The other thing we're probably going to need to do with this spot is, since that the gate is right there, we'll probably want to inch all that forward as well. Okay. Oh, we got all that sorted out for a minute. Ow. Yeah, so I think one thing we'll be able to get away with is, as we move this forward, I can probably get rid of the back wall of their pen. To make it the actual hillside that's the back wall. Would you not throw your body in between me and what I'm trying to take apart? Okay. Okay, so let's grab you and put you here. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Pig, could you kindly... Pig. There we go. Alright. You excited for you to find new and interesting things? Yeah, no, it's gonna happen. We are playing on permadeath hard mode and everything, so it is a thing you're not gonna see me rushing to new areas again and again. Because I'm just gonna take my time about things. It's the only way to stay safe. How many deaths are we on? Like 3. I did... The first life lasted a good, like, 5 hours or so. Then I had, like, 3 back-to-back deaths where I got, like, snuck up on by a creeper or whatever was trying to get things going. One was just dumb because, like, I knew I needed to be getting the character to sleep. And I kind of, like, really overstayed my welcome trying to play catch-up to where I was. Yeah, so it's going to become a cave down there, but I will inch out the animal enclosures as needed. Okay. They need to be getting inside. I've overstayed my welcome. The enemies have already started spawning. Try and circumvent the skeletons. Okay. So relatively productive day. I guess we'll just put the cobblestone away. We still need to do a day where I go out and get myself a bunch of, Go and get myself a bunch of wood again. So I can keep things going there. Alright. Because if we do that, I can get more done while we're here. Right now, I'm a bit limited on what I can do when we're back at home base. Actually, I don't need that corner. I definitely want to make this place bigger over time. Okay. Drop you off for right now. Just precaution, put that there so enemies can't spawn in here. I think we'd be fine without it. We could go ahead and drop off the flowers. And the other flowers. Honestly, for the bee, well, we'll probably want to go and get those wheat seeds planted somewhere. Yeah, another thing that can help is if we start setting up light posts along... That's actually one thing we can work on. I can also go and make some light posts along the paths to keep the enemies from spawning in town as well. It could even be a thing that we could take it a step farther and like make fences along the roadways to put the lights on, and then only where there's places that we need the villagers to deviate to like go get their crops or whatever, we kind of isolate them to the paths, because that should keep the zombies out and that kind of stuff relatively okay. But I think today, once we wake up, or not wake up, once we get out, the next thing I also need to do is I need to get a bed going. Unfortunately, I want to say for the bed, do we need wool, is it? I don't think we found it. I believe we need wool and the and wood to make a bed. All right. But yeah, I need wood to get where I can get some more pickaxes, because with the area behind there where apparently it drops down again real fast, I could potentially do a thing where we have like this is the entryway and then it angles down. We have a second floor kind of below. We'll have to see what the other side of this area looks like. But I also need more of the wood so you can keep working on. You could search for it. Gotcha. Yeah, so it's wool. 3 wool and all that. The only reason I'd say for the bed is because then we can go to sleep to rush through the night much faster. There should be a handful of sheep around town, so we can knock out a couple of them if there's plenty to spare. Speaking of which, there's one sheep right outside my door here. You mean, do they really need the sheep? No. There's a couple looking down the mountain menacingly at you. Yep. The sheep there, right there, is deliberately baiting me. He's just chilling out there. It's like, come on, man. Come get it. You know you want it. But yeah, so let's make it a point to get wood today and to get 3 wool. Yeah, keep in mind we are playing hard mode permadeath. So that's the reason why we're cowering inside our home every night. Because it only takes a couple of hits to kill us. But he isn't tough. To be fair, laying down on a stone floor inside a mountain would be incredibly cold and uncomfortable. I could understand being like, you just can't get sleep, considering, you know, I can be in a perfectly comfortable, everything is right situation. And yeah, just spine killing you kind of thing. Alright, so sun's starting to come up. We got a little bit longer. This game terrifies you? Absolutely. Hey, can we get a shout out for Snow Scroll, by the way, and our fantastic content creator on the platform? Yeah, no, that's this is my first time playing Minecraft in almost like 10-15 years. Like, I played it way back. Like when, you know, Enderman were freshly out of the game. Yeah, check out Snow Scroll. Absolutely fantastic time. I'm doing some Project Zomboid and all that stuff. Very fun times over there, so go check them out and all that stuff. Yeah, no, we're doing permadeath hard mode and all that stuff. You tried for the first year, for the first time a year ago, maybe sooner? Gotcha. Yeah, so we're doing permadeath hard mode and all that stuff. We're just waiting for the sun to come up. And then we kill some sheep to get some wool. And we get a bed in here, so at least when it's nighttime, we can just go to sleep. Okay. We're not being chased. There's a ton of them down there. Sorry, sheep, it has to happen. I heard there's one more of you. Okay, so there's the sheep. Now, I'd say Minecraft is a solid game as well. Like, that's kind of the thing. You look at games like Vintage Story and Hytale and Minecraft, I'd all say they have their pros and cons, you know, things that they do better and all that. I definitely really like the, collecting ore and all that in Hytale and how much more involved it is. They've also added a lot of stuff I hadn't expected. Like, there's actually temperature in this game now, which there wasn't the last time I played. Because we were dipping deep in the snow. Now it's causing us problems. Okay, so just one little dip here. So honestly, we just punch through, we can just see what's inside. I have no idea. Like, they're turned on and everything, but I've had a couple people say they weren't working for them. So it's not on my end, but I can't answer the question of what's going on with it. Is able to get into Minecraft, but Vintage Story and Hytale are great. Yeah. You know, absolutely. I would probably say of the different games, Vintage Story is probably the one that's like most in line with kind of like, oh, this is great, this is what I want. But Minecraft, like, historically I put in a ton of hours into Minecraft in the past. But it's been a very, very long time. I must have already chopped down the tree and all that. We can go ahead and do that. Did you see the goat already? I did see the goat. But first, boom. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Vintage Story runs just take so long to get going. Yeah, no, but it's honestly part of what I like. Like, I enjoyed Hytale, but genuinely we kind of exhausted all of the content in that game in a matter of like 2 or 3 streams. Like, I mean, the idea is you get into modding and do all that sort of stuff, and slowly do the creative thing of expanding like your place and making it nice, and that's all fair and all. But as far as like net new things and all that stuff, you blew through Vintage Story. To be fair, it wasn't my first time doing Vintage Story, but yeah, no, Vintage Story, it takes a while. Like even where I went through it pretty quickly compared to most people, it still took us a good number of streams. That sounds nice. By the time you log into Minecraft, people have castles. Oh yeah, no, Vintage Story, it is, people call it grown-up Minecraft. I don't personally like to use that because that implies Minecraft is not grown-up for grown-ups, which, it is. Anyone can play it kind of deal. But it is a kind of Minecraft-esque game where The survival mechanics have a lot more depth to them. It's a lot harder of a game. The crafting is way, way, way more involved. So you have to, like, to give you an idea, getting a pickaxe, you know, in Minecraft, you do that in the first 5 minutes. You go up to a tree, you smack it, and you got yourself a pickaxe. Vintage Story, getting a pickaxe is usually like 4 or 5 hours into your run, you get your first pickaxe. And so, like, in Minecraft, you can just dig down, you'll find copper or iron or whatever every once in a while. Vintage Story, broadly speaking, you seek out ore, and there's a whole thing about prospecting to slowly figure it out, and it's a lot more work to find the ore. On the plus side, though, when you find a vein of ore, it is a lot of ore. So you feel like a lot more, it's a lot more effort to get it, but a lot more reward when you do get it. Let's see, combat's your only issue with Vintage Story? Yeah, the combat in Vintage Story I would say is its weak spot. That the combat is pretty underwhelming. And it's kind of one of those things that if you straight up get rid of all the combat, it can kind of be a little lacking. Like, you just feel like you want a little more something there, but at the same time, the combat is pretty just okay. That's actually the one thing that Hytale did, is Hytale definitely set a much higher bar for the combat in these style of games. That sounds good to you? Less jump scares? Yep. I mean, one of the biggest problems with the combat in Vintage Story is the scaling of enemy damage. So you look at one enemy and you look at another enemy and go, these are the same enemy, but one's like the tier 4 version of the enemy and the other one's a tier 1. And the tier 1 you can just not even care about. You're just going to knock it over, and the tier 4 is going to absolutely just wreck your day. But that is supposedly what they're working on with the next set of updates, is to get the combat in a better place, which, you know, good. Wait, having poisonous things on my bar just to be safe. Yeah, I enjoyed Hytale a lot. Like I said, my only problem with Hytale, like, is it took me no time at all to exhaust the content in it. You know, at which point you'd sit there and you just build your base and be creative. I was honestly pretty happy with it when it came to the base building. I think I made, what was it, 3 separate bases? I had, like, my starting nice base, and then we had, like, our giant, like, mountain skull lair in the mountains. Oop, I'm not trying to ride the horse. I'm not trying to ride the horse. You need to play it more. It was fun, but you need more time to play. Yeah, Hytale, you can kind of exhaust a lot of the content in like 15-20 hours, about what it takes to kind of get through what's there. Where's the fence post? Alright, horse. I'm not trying to let you out to, like, let you run wild. But I need to get rid of this ridiculous cliff of death. I mean, honestly, I might just let the horse go. There's been plenty of horses in the air. We can get a new one. Yeah, now if the drops are broken, that's a bummer, but... I'm usually not someone who cares about the drops too much. Like, if I get them, great, I'm not going to be upset about it or anything. But it's just not a priority. Some of them can be pretty cool. I actually find a lot of drops that we get, you know, like cosmetics for game. I usually find a lot of them pretty underwhelming that you unlock and you're like, but am I going to use it? No. No, because it's ugly. Did you... Ow. Would you get out of here, horse? Oh my god, please, you're killing me on the ceiling. Go! Get out of here, horse. There. Let's see, no, it's because it's ugly. Me to your mom growing up about everything she picked out for me to wear to school. Hey, sometimes it's a little difficult for parents to understand that their taste in clothing is just bad. Sir, you should get inside. Okay, so we can go here. Oh, we should grab... all this, shuffle it all around. Okay. Cool, so with this, we can go ahead and grab you. I want some actual proper lights here at some point. And then we can go to you. Ah, I see. Let's see. Do you think... Let's see, I think you played Backpack Battles, right? Just for information, I don't... Backpack Battles, I don't think I did. I know it was one of the games I had looked at potentially playing. I think I might even have a cop. That's the thing, there's like Backpack Hero, Backpack Battles, there's a couple of them, they're all kind of They're not the same game, I'm not trying to imply that in a bad way, but they're all very similar games. I think I might have done Backpack Hero. They're neat games. I tend not to stay focused on those ones too much. Like, I enjoy roguelites a lot. I actually do play quite a few roguelites. Backpack Hero is the roguelite. Ah, Backpack Battles. Yeah, if it's the PvP one, then no, absolutely not. I haven't played it. I have, like, a -5 interest in PvP games these days. Even if it's kind of one of those things that you set up your party and you just say, okay, you two fight each other, and it's all simulated. Just over the years, with especially like how bad, cheating and all that kind of stuff has gotten in games, or how much everything is about like the meta min-max and that kind of thing, I just tend not to enjoy that anymore. I used to be very competitive when it came to a lot of those games, but... Have I ever played Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup? I am unfamiliar with what that is. Let's grab 2 more of these tiles. Grab the door here. Famous roguelike? Gotcha. Roguelike or roguelite? Roguelites, they can be a lot more hit and miss for me. Roguelites, I tend to enjoy, because I like the meta progression a lot in those games. It makes it so as you progress, it feels way more meaningful. But like, proper roguelites, there's some of those I do enjoy a lot. Then I find a lot of them, to me, get like too married into trying to be like the original rogue, but like some new iteration of it or whatever. And then I kind of find myself in the situation where it's like, you can kind of advance this game style. You don't have to stay attached. It's one of the things that I bring up from time to time, that there's a lot of genres that just because famous game X that was in the series did it, everyone in that genre does it without consideration of, is this actually adding something to the game or not? And there's a lot of cases where I feel it's a mistake. Like, for example, I'm surprised there's grass there. Like, for example, the Stardew Valley-esque games, the one I'll bring up is Stamina. That because Harvest Moon back in the day did Stamina, it's just one of those things that, like, so many games will just include Stamina. It's just, they had it, so clearly we have to. And it's honestly one of those things, every once in a while one will come out and they won't have a stamina bar. Like, this is objectively better. That said, I think there's some that do benefit from having the stamina bar as a pressure, whatever you want to go with. And then there's others that's like, nah, the stamina bar is getting in the way of the player doing what they want in the game. Like, it's just an arbitrary limiter that's not really benefiting the experience. Let's see, the fight against other players are all offline. Yeah. No, it's you set up your build and all that and whatnot. It's not necessarily the player interaction. It's just not something I enjoy as much. That's I had gotten my hands on Arc Raiders. I had a bunch of friends who were playing. It's like, you know what, sure, I'll play it. And I deliberately don't stream it and all that. But it is one of those things that if they came out with a PvE mode for Arc Raiders, because I haven't played in a hot minute as well, because I'm just kind of tired of every single match I'm getting caught into PvP battles, because people attack me and then I kill them, and apparently the way it determines, like, are you an aggressive player, is like, how long it's been since you've killed another player. And it's like, well, it's every other match I'm getting attacked, and I kill the people who attack me. So it's almost every other match that I'm actually killing another player in the game, so I gotta be, like, absolutely flagged as just being a PvP player. It's like, I don't want it, though. It's genuinely not the way I want to play this game. So yeah, absolutely, they gave me a PvE mode for that game, I would I would boot that up and I would never turn back. Yeah, no, back in the days I used to do a lot of like first-person shooters. When I say competitively, I mean like I was genuinely playing against people who were like trying to win their best and all that kind of stuff, and were good at the game and were using their meta strategies and yada yada. Let's ditch the cobblestone. But pretty much what ended up happening with that is kind of a bunch of different games I was playing, kind of all in the same rough time frame. We're all having their kind of own different issues. And ultimately it led me to kind of just dropping playing multiplayer games hardly at all anymore. But like I'd been playing PlayerUnknown Battleground, and that one, it's like right at its peak for cheating, where you'd join, it was like literally you'd go to play each night, and you'd have time for maybe 3 or 4 rounds, and you might get one round that didn't have someone like, and when I'm talking cheating, we're not talking the, you know, that person headshot me and it was kind of suspicious. We're not talking about that maybe not cheating. We're talking the match starts, a minute or two goes by, and then suddenly you see someone moving around the map and like Mach 5 headshotting literally everyone on the map, like one single player wiping out more than 2/3 the map by themselves. And so, you know, it's the very overt, they're not trying to keep it on the down low, like cheating at all, versus, you know, people are aimbotting, but just a little, that kind of nonsense. And so, you know, I'd go to play the game and I'd realize, you know, I'm spending 2 or 3 hours a night trying to play this game, and over those 2 or 3 hours, I get about half an hour, maybe, that I was playing where there wasn't a cheater involved, ruining the fun for everyone. And so that was kind of a big negative. And at the same time, I was also playing Heroes of Newerth, and I had played that game and I'd gotten really good into it. I don't remember what their ranking system was, but I had been the second from highest rank category and everything, and well ranked in and all that. And the game had been picking up popularity. It had been very niche before that. Been picking up in popularity. And as we started to, like, as the game started to go from this, like, little niche game that didn't have much of a following to actually having, you know, a respectable player base and all that, it kind of went the same path that all MOBAs go when it comes to the, what to expect with their audience and community. In other words, it got incredibly toxic. And yeah, that's the thing. Back in the day, it wasn't like that. Like, back in the day when it was a little niche one, it was a pretty chill community that, you know, people were very generally like, you know, you'd have a good game, people would be all like, oh man, this is great, like, I hope I get, you know, hope I get to catch you around in our time, we'll play again, like, that kind of thing. Like, it was a very positive thing, because it was a small game. It wasn't doing super well compared to a lot of the other games in the genre. But once it started picking up, like, some proper player base, like, it started getting, like, really popular in, like, Brazil and all that. And this isn't, like, the Brazilian players were the problem or anything. It went from being this niche game that you were just happy to get good rounds with other people, to genuinely people were trying to, like, do ranked stuff and all that. And it was pretty fast that community went from being this, like, incredibly welcoming place to just being downright awful. But I distinctly remember, like, I was playing around, I was playing support, and we were winning. We all had a positive kill-to-death ratio. We were winning our engagements and all that, but it wasn't like a total shutout win. Like, it was a very satisfying, like, back and forth. We're having to put in a little bit of effort to make, you know, progress. So kind of your this is the best kind of fun play, where it's not just you shut them out and you're like, all right, this isn't very fun, like, I feel like I'm versing bots or whatever. It's not one of those ones that's just like a frustrating match where sure you're winning, but you're getting killed left and right, so you're doing the objectives, but your team is just doing terribly. The team was going well, and it was one of the people on our team was just screaming at us, using slurs and all that kind of stuff. And I kind of had that moment where I was sitting there going, you know what? On paper, everything around this run, I should be having an absolutely great time. Except this one jerk here is, you know, just screaming all sorts of stuff. And it was just the one-off whatever. But it become more and more of a frequent thing. And it kind of just like, you know what? I'm doing this. I'm just not having fun anymore. Mute him. Those kind of games, you can't get away with muting him and actually be able to play and do anything. That's kind of the catch. Those games that depend so heavily on teamwork, if you're muting people, you just might as well do something else. And again, if it was just one person, sure, absolutely. Mute them, move on. Just don't play rounds with them anymore. But it was like one of those things that it was almost every game, every other game, you'd have that one person that was the individual like that. So again, you go back to the whole, well, if I mute this person and I continue to mute people like him, I'm just going to not be able to play and enjoy the game. So, like, I'm just not enjoying this anymore. So, literally after that match, I kind of logged off the game and I just never came back. It was just kind of the observations, like, I'm just not having fun. Like, that's ultimately what the point of this game is to have fun. And because they just chose not to moderate anything, and the community turned absolutely toxic, it's like, you know, this is not how I want to spend my evenings, so I stopped doing that. And then the last one was Escape from Tarkov, and that one actually had nothing to do with, like, moderation or players being trolls or anything like that. That was, they did the whole thing with the reset. I liked the reset. I really liked right after reset. Everyone was working kind of with their piecemealed kits and everything, where no one is super particularly well equipped. So you might run into someone who they might actually have a good gun, but their armor is crap and that kind of thing. And so I liked that phase of it. Man, did I get tired of redoing those same missions every single time. Like, it wasn't even that many times I did it. I was like, you know what? I just don't want to do the same pocket watch mission again. I don't want to go to the same place and have to, like, locate, you know, whatever number of med kits and all that kind of stuff. I really just, like, I'm down to have to work to get the items. That's fine. But doing the same, like, go get the MacGuffin mission every single time got tiresome really fast. Okay, so we've almost got this hill shaped out. We don't have to worry about people hucking themselves off a cliff. And then enemies spawning inside there. Alright. Yeah, there's definitely enemies inside that area and closing down below. But yeah, so it's kind of one of those things that, like, a bunch of these very multiplayer-focused games, you know, one was cheater issues, one was moderation issues, and the other one was just... It was unrelated to any of that, just the way they handled resets. Because I did a good couple resets, but yeah. There was definitely that point where it was just, like, ready to be done with it. It's definitely I found myself trying to skip the story stuff, but because they locked the ability to buy so many important things behind it, you just kind of really couldn't. Yeah, and I'm definitely someone who's like, moderation is a feature. Good and bad moderation can make and break a game, especially if it's very heavily multiplayer. Because, I mean, it depends on the game. Like, if it's a game that you can just downrate, mute everyone around you, and it's totally fine, like The Division, that kind of stuff, whatever. But when it's games like MOBAs and first-person shooters and all that that have a competitive side and yada yada, I'm not saying you can't banter or anything, but it definitely feels like when you get to the point of racial slurs and all that kind of stuff, it's like, you know what? Even if it's a toggle on my end that says I just don't want to deal with people with this stuff, I do feel like there's a limit on what should be tolerated. Like, telling someone to get wrecked, nerd, on board. Let's do it. But there's definitely limits. Because you can easily suck the fun out of it. Reaper's trying real hard. Alright. Mildly cursed. But that should work. Okay, so I think we got the worst offending areas so far as like caves and all that enemies can spawn in. And cliffs that people can huck themselves off of and die real fast. There's definitely a couple places that are still a bit dicey, like we got a pretty big cliff there. I don't think we need to deal with that too much. We got this pocket right here, we can fix that right now. There we go. Alright. So let's get inside. Sir, that's private property. Could you not go in my home? Okay, we grabbed a bunch more of the wood here. Alright. Drop the gates off. We'll keep those for putting our stuff up. We've got all this seeds and all that. Drop off the flowers. Where is the music gone? Can I please has the music? I'll have to go to the other side and see where that's poking through. Okay, so I can go here. Give ourselves one stack of those. Cool. I was making sure, because I remember in the past you had issues where you could, like, get your head stuck on stuff going up and down ramps and whatnot. Just making sure that wouldn't be an issue. Alright. Okay. that's gonna be a problem. We'll deal with that in a minute. Yeah, like I said, I'm probably gonna need to go atop there. Kind of feel things out. Alright. Yeah, so we can go down here, we'll just make more area. We can put like a storage room down here or something. Mostly in base building for the sake of base building. I don't really particularly need any of the space down here. Alright, so it's still nighttime. What's a classic, why do you do anything in Minecraft? Because you feel like it. We'll definitely need something to do with all this cobblestone. Right now I can put torches on the doorway. We can go back up here. Get the actual doors themselves. Oh, we should probably grab... I'm down to keep using the chiseled floor for right now. It doesn't super go with the walls, but it's good enough for our purposes at the time. And it does get rid of some cobblestone, so that's at least something. Alright. So I think the next move when we get back out above is now that we've got kind of the basic stuff in the town, so at least hopefully we're not having monsters pop out from underneath the ground and killing the villagers and all that. Or the villagers just hucking themselves off of ledges and dying from fall damage. Is we're going to want to try and get the monster spawns inside the village area contained. And the plan for that's probably going to be along the lines of just going through and, you know, making sure there's lights on the outside of the houses. If there's openings, make like little light posts there. Maybe put fences along the edges of stuff. Build like the actual stone. Actually, that's what we can do with all this cobblestone. We can build the like stone walls on the edges of town to like keep monsters from outside out. And then we try and provide light inside the town to keep stuff from spawning inside the town. Grab you. Not sure how big. I want this room to be bigger down here. I figured this room is where I'd put like my storage and all that kind of stuff. Ultimately move some of the stuff that's up top from like our front room down. Since it seems like there's a lot more crafting benches now than there used to be, try and get all the crafting stuff down into this area below. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, that's not really what we're hoping for. So we might go up there and just see like one big solid down column of gravel in a gravel area. Okay. Okay, so sun's starting to come up. Drop off this. Is there anything we want to do walls-wise? So you can make the cobblestone walls like that style. That works if nothing else comes up. That might be what we do. It's fine. Right, so we can go over here to... Start with that. Let's see, by the way, you're in psychology. The transpose letter effect is a test of how the word is processed when two letters within a word is switched. The typologosemia is an urban legend and internet meme. The example doesn't distort shorter words, and the assertion that only lateral letters matter is untrue. Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, so putting trees directly above my home, kind of probably not the smart approach. So I think what I'm gonna do here is first, I'm gonna make a shovel or two. Because I keep forgetting to do that. So let's go here, do this, make those. Oh, right, drop you in there. And we can go here. And grab you. I don't have more materials. That's fine. Right. So for right now, our inventory is getting painfully full. Let's go ahead and drop off those in the box. We can come back for them. And grab all that. Okay. So I think the plan is going to be start digging this up real fast. Because I'll make my own farm up here in the long run. So that'll give me more dirt to work with if I need it. And then we can go ahead and put fences around and yada yada. No! Villager who I didn't bother naming. Interestingly enough, the one in armor is protected against the sun and all that. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. So go like 2 more blocks out. You'll start building the wall. Obviously, we'll have the problem of the enemies on top of the mountain dropping in. I think what we'll probably do to deal with that is I'll put a gap between the wall and the mountain, maybe. Because my choices are I could put a wall on top of the mountain or cover the mountain with a bunch of torches to deal with it as well. We'll figure it out. Even if it's not 100% secure, if it at least limits the monster's ability to drop in and all that stuff, that'll still help a great deal. Yeah, no, the idea would be we would, over time, clean up a lot of this. You know, move the houses little by little. Okay. Actually, I don't need you to be this tall on this side. I'll have the one tile high so I don't fall through. But the outside wall will be taller. And then where I'm just trying to keep people from falling over ledges and all that, we can lower that down. Alright, so meanwhile, let's grab a bunch of the dirt. Square you off more. Has a mostly destroyed helmet. Okay. Cool, so this... Yeah, and this is the spot we'll have to figure out here. We'll put some torches up on the corners to help prevent spawns. Okay. Like I said, with that, this area up here, this is where we're going to end up doing our own farming. Right now, I don't have buckets and all that, so we're not going to do anything with it yet. We've got all of this over here. So let's start trying to figure this out. So I'm going to start by going to the side up here. Okay. You can see the idea here where I'm trying to just go along the back of this house here. Oh, we've actually already got that far enough. Okay. So we can go ahead and deal with you. Where do I want to put the ledge here? There's nothing more down there, so let's go ahead and we can cut right here. I'll need to cut back a lot of these cherry trees where I went pretty heavy on the cherry trees. We'll deal with that cherry tree in a minute. And I guess this spot is one I don't need to worry about them being attacked from. I just need to not have them not huck themselves over the ledge. Okay, we can grab you. Fill in the dirt a bit here. Okay, do I have gates? I bet you have the gates up top. So torch here, torch there. Torch there. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's go ahead and get the post here. We can put a light between the houses, keep the enemies from spawning there. Oh, I see a spot we missed dirt at. Okay, so we can run over here. We should have a couple of gates. Remember to install more torches. Always more torches. Okay, that'll let them get to their backyard. It looks like there's plenty of light in the backyard. We'll definitely need to get rid of that cherry tree, because enemies are going to get on that cherry tree and drop down. Get rid of you. That's probably fine there. Okay, cook that. Drop you in here. Before I forget as well, we can go over here real fast. Oh, I need to actually grab a stack of wood. Okay, so drop that in there. We can honestly drop some of these saplings in here. Like I said, I've got too many of them right now. We can drop some of these worn out helmets. We could use those if I'm desperate. Drop the dirt in there for now. Keep cooking stuff. So I can go here. Grab the stone. Alright, so we're dropping all that off. We got a bunch of seeds. For right now, I'll toss the seeds in here, toss the poisonous one. I'll honestly toss all that stuff in there. We're going to want those later. I could toss these in there. And sleeping through the night. Okay. Yep, so we got this set up. We got that set up. Wait, what did I just get? Oh, it's different flour. All the cherry trees around here. Okay, the next thing would probably be going over here and cleaning up this spot. Actually, put that back. Okay, those aren't ready yet. Did you break my wall? Like, where'd you come from? That's fine. Okay. But yeah, so we're gonna need to cut back some of those cherry trees and all that. Okay, so I'm thinking we're gonna do over here is off of where we got this set up. That's all fine. You two just go in the corner there. I'm gonna start sealing this off. Okay. Would you kindly take your sheep business literally anywhere else? Oop. Okay. Honestly, with that where it is, just go ahead and do this over here. Okay, because we just keep this up on this side. We should be able to keep enough of a wall here that the enemies can't get in. Actually, you don't need to be that high. And this is also getting rid of a lot of the surplus cobblestone. Okay, this seems horrific. Yeah, so this path over here needs to be changed. Because someone's going to huck themselves into the abyss over here. Oh. Okay. There's a farm down there. I don't imagine anyone's taking good care of that farm. Okay, let's carve all this up here real fast. Yeah, I don't think we're going to care about that farm down at the bottom of the hole. Because it is what it is. You put that big cave down there, and then put a farm in it. That's a non-getting used cave. Oh, with that angle, we can go ahead and do that. Alright. And this isn't to protect the villagers from enemies. This is to protect the villagers from gravity. Okay. Oh, so you got that spot. You'll end up needing more gates and all this. Okay. Oh, that'll prevent enemies from coming from this side. I'm making our ledge here. Honestly, well, it doesn't need to be walled off. I do like the idea of making these, like, you know, porches, patios, whatever you want to go with. Okay, so we don't really have more houses down this way. So I do think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to get word of where that road is. Okay. I'm kind of liking this style now that I've started switching over to, where it's more like plateaus aren't the word, like these ledges I'm putting by these houses where we kind of saw on them. We don't have to build as high of walls because it's kind of already served by this purpose. Okay. Yeah, terraced. That was the word I was looking for. Terraced areas. Where are my torches? I gotta make more is what I gotta do. Okay. Because, yeah, then we can slowly work on getting our torches set up. Eventually I have to figure out how I can, make road like they've already got here. Okay, so we got you there. We can stack you away. Got cooked rabbit. We can stack these away. Torch in a chest? Oh, weird. Oh, I'm full. That's why. Sorry. She just dropped her phone. It's all good. Okay. Alright. And we can just go to sleep. Yeah, we're gonna have to move these trees that are gonna be a danger to us. We'll see how it does. Okay. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're dropping from up here down. Which we already recognize that a problem. Like I said, I could potentially put like a ledge along the side there so they can't drop down from up there. I can dig a little trench into it to make it so that can't be a thing. Well, that's interesting, so I can run along here. Okay. So I was going around here, doing this to prevent spawns from happening out this way. Okay, so I don't have a spot anywhere near here. Got a light. Okay. Actually, let's have this one go the other way around. We'll fill that one up. Okay, so we got you. Alright. So all in all, good stuff. Because it looks like you can walk on the bottom because the other side is connected to the block. Yep. Okay. Because you've already had at least 2 villagers died to monster attacks. Working on improving that. Okay, that's fine for right now. Alright. Cool. Then you've got that side there. I get this side over here. Okay. Minecraft's always had good music, but this is like extra chill vibe with some of the music they've had now. Oh, that's not the one I want. I want the dirt block. Okay, so you've got this path leading on this way. And we'll yoink this up on the backside here. Okay, do you need anything I have? Nope. Okay. If we got all that squared away. Alright. We also don't have light anywhere near here, so this will be a place that we'll want to put lights. So let's plan to put some lights there and there. We can put some lights around this spot. Okay, we'll want a wall along here. We'll probably put a light there. Okay. So you want paper. You want meat. You want wheat. You want carrots. Can I... Oh, I don't have the hay block on me. Yep, all things considered, this is slowly turning into a much nicer place. Both from a safety aspect and all that. It'd also be interesting where we've got all these planters out here. I could see, instead of having the planters, like, they can stay, but, like, in the backyard, putting a planter in that backyard as well. Alright, so let's start cleaning this up. Because we're having enemies dropping in on us. We can have the cherry trees nearby, but we do not want them to be close enough that enemies can kind of jump down from the cherry tree into the town or anything. Okay. So it's probably these two up here that are my worst offenders. It's a little dangerous just hopping over there and just cutting. I just realized, if there's a creeper down here, I don't have room to move. Okay. This one's a problem. And then this one's a problem. Now we need to get inside because it's getting dark. Okay. Cool, so we can drop off these, we can drop off those, drop off the flowers once again. Honestly with this, I have a lot of materials as is, I don't really need more of that. We can drop off the beetroot, drop off the wood for the time being, drop off the seeds here. Okay, so one thing we'll probably work on here for a minute is we're honestly getting to a point where I need to get some better ore and all that. Oh wait, don't have the stone on me. Let's grab some of you, make a couple of axes and all that. Oh, actually. Okay, we can drop the stone off here. We got some spare coal. Let's make some sticks. Okay. So I've got this area back here. I do feel like I'm going to want to, make our way down off of this area. Start pursuing the mining situation. Okay, let's go make some ladders, start getting down there. actually go ahead and grab a stack of these. Then we can go to the ladder blocks here. Make a ton of those. Tuck you away. All right. Okay, we're not going to be able to make it one wide. I wanted to make it one wide to make my life easier, but the problem I run into with one wide is it's forcing me to dig straight down, and if I'm on the ladder, it treats me like I'm not on the ground, so it does the slow mine thing. I need to do it the other way from now on. Ladder side first, other side second. Can't tell if that's a villager down there. There we go. Ow. If you're wondering why I'm not going into the big cave for spelunking, it'll make it easier for me to see ore and all that, but it also is way more dangerous. So I'm just trying to get down. And I think what we'll do is we'll go to about the height that the stone changes. And then we're going to cut sideways. Okay. Now granted, it might be worth going deeper than that, because that's where we got the redstone, and I did like having the compass. We didn't get to use the compass much, in all honesty, but I do think having the map where you can have it, like, show your icon on it is very handy. Pretty sure I just heard a skeleton dying to lava. Okay. I'm gonna dig up all this copper. I do find myself missing the vintage story of like having to seek out the ore and all that. Like this one where it's just dig down. It'll happen, don't you worry. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But like I don't know. The a lot more work to get your ore at all, but getting way more when you find it definitely makes it feel way more rewarding. Whereas this is just kind of like, we'll dig down. It'll be alright. Okay, more copper. We're finding a lot of copper down here. Okay. It honestly, if I take the time to get the materials, it wouldn't be the worst idea to do the double ladder. Just because it means I'd probably be pretty close to immune to fall damage, because I want to say the way, and this could be way different nowadays, that it considers when you're standing in the block that the ladder's on, that you're quote-unquote on the ladder, so you can't fall. I have no idea if that's still the case or not. I usually always had it so there'd be like either a ladder or there would be like a stairwell or whatever, but then I would just have the straight up and down pool of water on the bottom. You just leap on down. It'll be fine, probably. Who really knows? But most of the time I was not playing permadeath. There's definitely no Minecraft as a game that you can get some kind of BS deaths there. Alright, well there's iron. Just like spawns in a bad spot. And there's stuff you can definitely do to guard yourself against it. Why was I getting weirdly pushed around? Oh, that's not iron. It's more copper. There's some iron. A singular unit. Okay. Well, I think we're good on copper for a while. Since when did copper drop multiple ores? Don't know. The existence of copper is new to me. Wait, was copper? No, maybe that's not true. I'm trying to remember what the ores were at the beginning. I know iron was one of them. I don't remember if it went iron then straight to copper. Have I seriously not had that much? Okay. Like if it just jumped up the jumped up from like stone to iron, or if there was copper or whatever. I genuinely don't remember. Alright, we can go up with that. And that gives us a pretty good way down really quickly. And we got 5 stacks of copper. Which is absolutely absurd. Alright. Just a safety precaution, we're going to plug that spot. Hey, Margarita, how's it going? Okay. Literally exactly 5 stacks of copper. To go with my other stacks of copper. A little bit of coal here. Drop you off. We did get 1 singular bar of iron. Oh, I'm sorry. There's another almost stack of copper. Drop off the potatoes. .17 2021 was copper apparently. There's sure a lot of mods before that. Oh yeah, no, when you get the mods, that's probably been there many times. Okay, so we got another tree. Well, no, that tree might actually be far enough away. That's not a problem. All right. Let's make sure. Get the light around the village. Okay. So that way we don't have enemies spawning inside our defensive perimeter and all that. So we can protect the villagers. Oh, missed. Yeah, there's some down the hill. He has another spot that's cursed with the world gen. Yeah, this poor town got wrecked pretty badly by the world gen. I do think it is one of those things that'll be worth potentially building houses, you know, here and there to nudge things along. So I'll put you there. That'll cover the light on the back there. There's our light between the houses. Still need to build walls back here, but we can go ahead and put those back here to keep the enemies from spawning near that. Do the same over here by this pen. Okay, yeah, and you want the rotten meat and all that. Because one of the things you could potentially do after this is, like, once I get those walls up, you can put a moat to trap the enemies in, and then just have ways of killing the enemies from safety. It's a little rough with this, but I remember not doing that so much of the village, but when you had your houses, you could just do, like, a little bit of a wall, then a drop down, and then there's all sorts, like, different types of, you know, stuff like lava and all that where you can kill enemies. Now, granted, lava destroys the... I'm trying to remember. It wasn't spikes. There was something you could do, vanilla Minecraft, to hurt them. Oh, I think I just had them drop in where I could sit there and melee them. But, like, they would be trapped in a little pocket. But that was before they had, like, those little zombies and all that, so I'm curious how well that works or if that's kind of dangerous now. I kind of want, and this is something that we picked up for when we were playing Vintage Story. Like, obviously, it's the lack of familiarity. 1 second. Just doing that real fast. The lack of familiarity and all that. But, like, where you can see it's like, this is a fully grown plant, or this is, like, step 3 out of 4, or whatever. That's something I'd probably potentially, like, if I played a bunch of this, I would grab a mod, so it's like, I can look at that and be like, here's how far along it is. Man, generally I think we're on a pretty good start here. Obviously, there's still dangers where you know, I could be down here working and there could be a creeper up here and drop in on me and get me. We still got some of the overhang up there that's a problem. That, like I said, I think we'll do is like extend a little bit of a roof over here, and then put the fence on top of it so they try and drop down, they'll just get stuck up there. Oh yeah, no, the game has changed so much. I'm honestly pretty happy that we did the sponsorship thing today, not only because of like the sponsor side of it and getting paid and all that, but like I had burned myself on this game so badly when I played it the first time. I just binged it super hard until I kind of couldn't stand it anymore. But I was doing these macro scale projects where there'd be like the ocean, and I had one base, and I built like a glass tunnel going underneath the ocean from one side of the ocean to the other. And that kind of stuff. I went all the way down to bedrock and built a giant coliseum where I think it was a zombie spawner would go in and the zombies would drop in the middle of the arena. Most of the time they would survive the fall damage, but every once in a while the damage was just enough to kill them. So you started in 1.7 and a lot of mod packs. You love to play things like Tinker Workshop. Yeah, I haven't really done hardly any modding, and all that stuff. With that said though, chat, it is getting to be about that time that I need to be wrapping up for tonight, because I have my in-laws are coming into town tomorrow evening. So it's very, very, very unlikely there'll be a stream tomorrow. I would extremely doubt there'll be a stream tomorrow. I'll probably actually go into my calendar right after stream and knock it off the schedule. For those who aren't aware, this coming week my schedule is going to be a bit more chaotic than normal because I do have family who's going to be visiting, and they're going to be in the room right back there. So it's going to be a thing that I can't stay up super late at night, because I stream from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. So that'll be a thing. I do have one set of sponsored streams coming up during that week, which I will need to stream regardless, and I'm going to stream, which will be Necess. I believe it's their 1.1 update, and Minos, which is a game that you are a minotaur in the middle of a maze, and heroes come to try to kill you, and it's sort of tower defense-y, sort of like you're building up a dungeon. I haven't played it, obviously. It's a bit outside my normal content, but I figured we'd check it out and all that stuff. But yeah, no, it's been fun to jump back into Minecraft. If people really like this, I would not be opposed to doing more Minecraft in the future. Probably not a lot in the future, just because I kind of like Vintage Story more for being the harder game. But this has been very fun to like go back to a game I remember having such nostalgia for, and seeing like the cherry blossoms and all that kind of stuff being a totally different world and all that. But yeah, so it's definitely a thing. I feel like I progressed too much in this game too fast. Like, granted, we've been taking a very slow pace, but yeah, the first character, the one we were only alive for 5 hours, we had already gotten diamond stuff and we were finding enchanted equipment and all that. I was actually right about to build my enchanting base when I did ultimately die. Which was me just being stubborn and going out at night and not making good choices. And again, that's because we're playing hardcore. Without hardcore, we would have blasted through that our head enchanting up. But I feel like with the you can just get through the game way too fast, and that's where modding comes in. But with all that said, I have very much enjoyed it. That said, if you are not already following the channel and you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Those watching over on the YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for tuning in on that end. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. But yeah, no, don't be surprised if during this week